On our regular business, I want to speak to some tragedies that have happened in our community this week. Unfortunately, we've lost 2 children in Boulder here in this last week, a 2-month-old baby and a 9-year-old boy. And I just want to send wishes for healing and from the Boulder City Council, and may their families and loved ones we're with you in your grief this week. So it's been a hard week with these losses. But I also want to thank the first responders that responded so quickly to those events and did their very best to save those individuals and worked their very hardest, our fire and our police and other first responders. And then the very day afterwards, when we experienced a severe thunderstorm and significant flooding in the community, they did several water rescues as well and managed traffic. And then just this afternoon, there was another incident along Boulder Creek with a water rescue. So I'm very grateful to everyone who puts their lives on the line to save people in need and help everyone that they can. So I just wanted to put that out there before we get started. And if anybody else wants to say something, yeah.
I just wanted to add a note of gratitude to the hospital workers as well who have been receiving the folks coming in from these calls, because I know that also is a really traumatic and hard experience. And so thank you to everybody in the community that's been helping out with this.
Yep. So thanks for that. And with that, we're going to move on to our regular announcement here, which is for 2023 boards and commissions. The mid-year recruitment period is now open from May 29th to July 2nd, 2023. And we're accepting applications for these boards and commissions: the Beverage Licensing Authority, the Boulder Junction Access District, both parking and travel demand management, the Downtown Management Commission, the Landmarks Board, and the University Hill Commercial Area Management Commission. And you can find descriptions and vacancies online at www.bouldercolorado.gov/boards-commissions. If you have any questions or need assistance, please contact the City Clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@bouldercolorado.gov or call 303-441-4222. And with that, I will go ahead and gavel this meeting started and turn to Elisha for the roll call.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And good evening, everyone. We'll start the roll call tonight with Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Wallach.
Virtually present.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Weiner.
Present.
And Yates.
Here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thanks so much. And now I'm going to ask for a motion to amend the agenda. Bear with me, it's a bit lengthy. So to change the title of item 3H to the following: consideration of a motion to authorize the city attorney to appoint special counsel to investigate and, if necessary, prosecute a complaint related to alleged code of conduct violation filed pursuant to subsection 278E16 BRC 1981. The added language is, and discussion of options regarding the police oversight panel's vote to stop work so that council can consider passing a moratorium on the panel's acceptance of new cases. Next is to add item 3M, which is consideration of a motion to accept the Council Employee Evaluation Committee's recommendations for the appointment of Jeff H. Kahn as the interim municipal court judge and directing the city manager to negotiate an employment contract, and to also add item 3N, a consideration of a motion to call a special meeting of the City Council on June 22nd, 2023. And finally, to remove item 5B, which was a second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt Ordinance 8577. Anybody up for that?
So moved.
Second. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. I could see a show of hands for all in favor. And that's got, and we don't have a visual on Junie, but we'll take that as an abstention, perhaps. But that passes. Yes. Oh, there she is.
I'm not abstaining.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Junie. That passes 9-0.
Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. I just wanted to say that on Zoom, our staff is working on video of the council chambers. It should not impact those viewing us on Channel 8, But for, unfortunately, our two virtual colleagues, they're not quite able to see, all they can hear chamber. So we're getting that resolved as soon as possible.
Thanks for the update. And virtual colleagues, let us know if that causes any problems. Raise your hand or use an audio. Okay, we are now going to move to the first of two declarations. This is the Immigrant Heritage Month Declaration presented by Mayor Pro Tem Mark Wallach. Take it away, Mark.
Thank you. I presented this last year, and I'm happy to do it again, noting again that I am the grandson of immigrants who fled dreadful conditions in Europe before World War I, and my wife is the daughter of immigrants who fled Nazi Germany from Austria. They fled Hitler before World War II, so this has great meaning to me. So. Immigrant Heritage Month, June 2023. Immigrant Heritage Month celebrates the generations of immigrants from every corner of the globe who have built our country's economy, created the unique character of our city, and are linked in a shared history. Immigrants have come here to work, to learn, and to find freedom and shelter. They're an important part of Colorado's history and continue to keep the workforce competitive, businesses innovative, and the economy strong. In addition to economic contributions, immigrants bring diverse perspectives and experiences that make for a unique social and cultural influence, fundamentally enriching the extraordinary character of our community. Immigrants have been steadfast leaders not only in securing their own rights and access to equal opportunity, but have also campaigned to create a fairer and more just society for all. Yet despite these countless contributions, the role of immigrants in building and advancing our nation has frequently been overlooked and undervalued throughout our history and continuing to the present day. 1 in 10 Boulder County residents is an immigrant, and this exceptional group of people adds to the variety of languages, customs, and cuisines which contribute to the cultural diversity enjoyed in the city. The City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declares June 2023 as Immigrant Heritage Month and urge all to join in recognizing the distinct value that lies in welcoming people of different backgrounds and treating all with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. And our second and final declaration is the Juneteenth declaration presented by Councilmember Spear.
Thank you. Juneteenth is the oldest celebration of the emancipation of enslaved African Americans and is so named after the events that took place on June 19th, 1865 in Galveston, Texas. On June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, with the news that the Civil War had ended and that the enslaved were free. Reactions to this news ranged from shock to jubilation. News of the end of slavery did not reach frontier areas of the United States for more than 2 years after President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation of January 1st, 1863, and months after the conclusion of the Civil War. Even after word had spread, some slave masters chose to withhold the information, holding them as slaves through one more harvest season. This Monday, June 19th, is celebrated and recognizes the historical significance of the end of chattel slavery in the United States. Many African Americans continue the tradition of celebrating Juneteenth as inspiration and encouragement for future generations. For more than 155 years, Juneteenth Day celebrations have been held to honor and remember the substantial contributions of African Americans to American history. The fight for freedom does not exist in a vacuum, and the struggle against oppression and for sovereignty is one we collectively share and are inextricably linked to. Juneteenth celebrates the unity and mutuality of American liberty realized, which makes Juneteenth a celebration of freedom and justice for all Americans, not only those enslaved and their descendants. The faith and strength of character demonstrated by former enslaved African Americans remains an example for all people of the United States, regardless of background, religion, or race. the late Lula Briggs Galloway of Saginaw, Michigan, author, social activist, curator of African American history, was the originator of the interim Juneteenth Creative Culture Center and Museum in Saginaw, Michigan. Galloway successfully worked to bring national recognition to Juneteenth Independence Day and encouraged Congress to pass a resolution in 1997 in honor of the day. In continuation of those efforts, Ms. Opal Lee spent years lobbying Congress to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. Former educator and counselor, lifelong social impact leader, and considered the grandmother of Juneteenth, Ms. Lee stood alongside President Joseph R. Biden as he signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act on June 17, 2021, which officially recognized Juneteenth Day of Observance, making June 19th a federal holiday. Since 2016, Madeline Strong Woodley, founder of the Executive Committee African American Cultural Events of Boulder County, with the help of many partners, has been leading efforts to organize Juneteenth celebrations across Boulder County. Originally started in Longmont, Juneteenth events including flag-raising ceremonies, storytelling, classes, lectures, and more, now span several days and are hosted in communities across the county. To benefit our entire community, particularly residents that are homebound or restricted due to health challenges, Ms. Strong Woodley ensured that these events be available virtually via social media channels and other platforms. In 2021, ECAACE, in partnership with the NAACP Boulder County, hosted the City of Boulder's first Juneteenth flag-raising ceremony. In 2022, the City of Boulder joined the federal and state government in officially recognizing Juneteenth as a holiday. Juneteenth celebrations will undoubtedly continue to grow in the City of Boulder through the cherished partnerships and the strength of current and future leaders. Finally, this declaration serves to recognize Ms. Strong Woodley as the official founder of the Boulder County Juneteenth celebrations, and to further acknowledge Ms. Strong Woodley's leadership and dedication to this community over the course of many years. Ms. Strong Woodley's dedication to organizing African American cultural events in Boulder County has strengthened and enhanced our community. In celebration, the city's Human Relations Commission is co-sponsoring local events throughout the weekend in partnership with the NAACP Boulder County and Executive Committee African American Cultural Events, BOCO, for their third annual Boulder County Juneteenth celebration. This 5-day affair will include flag-raising ceremonies across Boulder County, workshops, and celebration events. For more information, please visit the Executive Committee for African American Cultural Events webpage at ecaace.org. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare June 19, 2023 as Juneteenth and recognize the historical significance of Juneteenth. Support the continued celebration of Juneteenth to provide an opportunity for the people of the City of Boulder to learn more about the past, to better understand the experiences that have shaped the nation, and encourage the people of the City of Boulder to observe Juneteenth Day with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs, and the history and the plight of African Americans and all that was endured during chattel slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, and the Civil Rights Movement is an example of pure resilience. This declaration underscores the freedom with dignity of every human being. As a governmental body, we oppose and reject any form of oppression and pledge to support our community members and local entities working to achieve equality and protect human rights. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Nicole. And I believe we have Madeline Strong Woodley and Pedro Silva available here online to receive the declaration. If you all would like to say a couple words, that'd be very welcome.
Absolutely, and I'll start if it's okay, Pedro.
Absolutely.
I want to first thank you guys, the Mayor Brockett and this City Council, for all that you've done to support this effort and to support the ongoing education and celebration of learning and sharing more about each other. I want to say that before I talk about Pedro, I'd like to give you just a little bit. One, tomorrow at City Council there will be a flag raising service at 3 p.m. tomorrow. And I'm encouraging every citizen that is capable and able to be there to meet us at 1777 Broadway, because we're going to use City of Boulder as a model for progression, being progressive and growing and recognizing the need for change and doing something about it. And this service, which is taken on nationally now as a part of the celebration for Juneteenth, is phenomenal. It's amazing. And I'm so very honored to say, Boulder, you're stepping up and you're stepping out. And so we just got to keep it moving, keep it growing. And please see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. It's going to be a celebration unlike you've ever seen. It's going to be virtually produced and shared. So Boulder is going to hit the map again tomorrow, but in a very good way. That said, Pedro Silva, I was corrected, Pedro Silva, has been one of the beacons of light that I have observed since my arrival here in Boulder County. And in his work, what he represents, he spoke at Second Baptist Church one Sunday, and he explained his name compared to his presence in terms of his physical presence. And I tell you, it was an education for me. But he has been one man that I have seen in many, many facets, as a father, as a minister, as a leader, I mean, it just goes on and on in terms of what he has contributed to this Boulder community, which is why we're so proud to ask that you accept and receive this proclamation in honor of the works and everything you've done. Thank you, Mayor Brockett and City Council of Boulder. And with that, Pedro, I hope that you accept it with the greatness that we defined you, and we know that you will represent well. Thank you.
Thank you. And that means a lot to me. I'm very touched. And I think that there are a lot of people who could stand up here or sit here virtually and represent, especially you and your sister, Minister Strong and Glenda Strong Robinson, and so many other people. But in this moment, I will say that I grew up celebrating Juneteenth, and it wasn't until I went into the military and was stationed in Tucson, Arizona, that I found out that it wasn't something that was celebrated across the country. I asked somebody, where's the Juneteenth festival? And they said, what's Juneteenth? And I was shocked that it wasn't anywhere else. And since I had grown up with it, I thought it was everywhere. And I also found that in Tucson, Arizona, where I was stationed, they also didn't celebrate Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And when I realized that, it hit home that certain parts of American history are deeply devalued. I was blessed that in my family, I was taught Black history from an early age and saw it as intricately woven into the American history, and that history is complex and it's not static. As we learn in our present time, it also informs the way that we view the past. And unfortunately, many people believe that history is static and that it is not, that the future is not affected by history and that the past is not affected by our present consciousness. And that's absolutely untrue. It's important for us to learn history because we become more well-rounded human beings. And so I am grateful that Boulder County is holding this space and allowing it to be sacred and having representatives like yourself and Junie and other people in the community who are holding that history and will be the ancestors at some point down the road. I want to remind folks also that ritual is very important and tomorrow the ritual of raising the flag is important. But I also want to come with a warning that when you do ritual enough, there can come a time where the ritual becomes performative as opposed to symbolic. And so my hope for Boulder County is that this ritual continues to be symbolic, because in a symbol, you see something grander than just the image or grander than just the words. It goes deep to the heart of the narrative that it has been created and is being continually created. And so as we look toward the future of more Juneteenths and more celebrations, that we always stay grounded in the reality that this is built on the lives of people, and that these people have shaped and will continue to shape the reality that we're all a part of. And the more we get grounded in that reality, the better humans we can be for each other, the better systems we can create. So that's my hope, that's my prayer. I'm grateful to be able to receive this on behalf of the community, and it belongs, obviously it's everyone. So those are my words for today.
Well, thank you so much for those powerful words, Pedro, and Madeline as well for your comments. Appreciate those very much. And we look forward to seeing you and everyone else tomorrow, 3 p.m. right here at the Penfield Tate II Municipal Building at 3 p.m. for the Juneteenth flag raising. All right. Thanks again. All right. So that moves us now to open comment. So Brenda, could you go over the public participation guidelines, please?
Absolutely, I will. And Emily, if you want to share the slide, oh, there they are, lovely. I also have them written because I can't see them in the little box. So the city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive conversations. And we appreciate all of you who are here tonight for your patience while we go through these guidelines. We know some of them, some of you are familiar with them, and some of you may not be. So we find it important to go through them each meeting. The vision that we've co-created supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement processes that we conducted in order to arrive at the vision, you can go to the city's website, bouldercolorado.gov, and search Productive Atmospheres in the search bar. Next slide, please. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that will support this vision. These will be upheld tonight during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. Participants have been required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. In-person participants are asked to refrain from expressing support or disagreement verbally with applause, other than the declarations, and we appreciate your appreciation of those. Traditionally, support can be shown during public comment silently through American Sign Language applause, or sometimes we call them jazz hands. So thank you, those of you who are here to participate tonight. We know we have some emotional issues on the agenda tonight, and we appreciate you following these guidelines. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Brenda. All right, we're going to get open comment started. We've got 11 people present in person and 9 present virtually. Each of you will have 2 minutes to speak. And our first 3 speakers are Hope Michelson, Lisa Spalding, and Patrick ORourke.
My name is Hope Michelson, and I'm here to speak against increasing occupancy and introducing duplexes and triplexes in low-density neighborhoods. This plan includes absolutely no assurances of affordability and neglects the city's need to address climate change. Future generations are counting on you to make informed decisions, not hollow symbolic gestures that ignore real problems, make them worse, and push them off on future generations. The analysis in the city packet makes it clear that the rezoning plans under consideration will not improve affordability and will probably make Boulder even less affordable. Data from the Denver metro area and Austin, Texas, predict a negative outcome for affordability with this type of rezoning. We can't leave increased affordability to the free market. That doesn't work. If you really care about affordability, you have two programs that are effective: increasing linkage fees and increasing the percentage of inclusionary housing, both of which are a fraction of what they could or should be. And we haven't heard a peep from the City Council about those approaches. What's more, this policy will have severe negative impacts on future water resources, wildfire risks, and infrastructure. If you believe climate change is real, it is immoral to densify Boulder without accounting for climate-driven decreases in water availability and increases in wildfire risk. Densification increases the community's overall gross water usage and shouldn't be implemented in drought-ridden regions like the Front Range of Colorado. This policy is not progressive. It is not smart. It is not evidence-based. It's immoral and extremely irresponsible. It will have severe consequences for future generations, so don't throw us and future generations under the bus for some symbolic gesture. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope. Next, we have Lisa Spalding, Patrick O'Rourke, and Richard Harris.
Do you have the slides? Oh, great. Okay, I can't see her. Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. Lisa Spalding, and I'm talking about nonconforming occupancy on the Hill. The city downzoned medium-density areas west of 9th and south of College in 1974 to preserve a balance between the growing number of high-turnover student rentals and the homes occupied by CU professors, staff, families, and other long-term residents. The new low-density zoning limited the unrelated occupants to 3. Houses subdivided into apartments or rooming units maintain their nonconforming status with 3 tenants per dwelling unit. This created a large number of grandfathered properties with higher occupancy than that landlords snapped up whenever they could go. Next slide, please. The bright yellow area in this zoning map is RL1, low density, with occupancy limits of 3 unrelated. They include the areas downzoned in 1974. The zones adjacent to Broadway are all higher density with occupancy limits of 4 unrelated per apartment. Next slide, please. This map represents each long-term rental property as either green or blue. Properties with a red outline are short-term rentals. I have not included them. There are 213 long-term rental licenses in the RL zone east of 9th. 96 are occupancy non-conforming. That's 45%. Next slide, please. The RL1 zone west of 9th to the city limits stretches with zigzags from Arapahoe to Baseline. There are 147 long-term rental licenses in that zone. 64 are occupancy non-conforming. That's 43.5%. Next slide, please. Many of the old subdivided houses are in poor condition. If occupancy is increased, the health and safety of tenants will deteriorate more rapidly. Of the 360 rentals on University Hill, 160 are occupancy non-conforming. That's 44%. Please freeze the occupancy of non-conforming properties at the current number of tenants for the health and safety of all Hill residents. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Well timed. Patrick O'Rourke, Richard Harris, and Peter Barlerin.
Good evening, Mayor Brockett and City Council. My name is Patrick O'Rourke. I'm the Preservation Chairperson for Historic Boulder. A year ago to this week, June 14th of last year, we brought forward a proposal to expand the band shell, and it was voted down because staff, it was a 5-4 or 4-5 vote. Staff had requested time to have 3 things occur. All 3 things have occurred. The first one was that the HIP needed to be completed. It was completed at the end of last year. Parks and Rec, I don't think, has finalized it yet, but it's in their portfolio, and I think they're reviewing it within the next 60 days. It'll be done. The second reason was that Parks and Recreation and the Landmarks Board had not had a collaboration. It's my understanding that the staff have met several times since the beginning of this year, and that's completed. Although the 2 boards have not met, that's an oversight on their parts, not on Historic Boulder. And the third one was that James Hewitt, the Director of Preservation here in Boulder at that time, thought the best solution would be to have a historic district move forward and come back before this board in the third quarter of this year. On May 30th of this year, we submitted a historic district application. We don't know the name. It's up in the air, and we'd be interested to see where that goes. We were hoping to get it in front of the sitting board that's before us today. The proposal that was submitted back to us, staff has it coming back to the city council in January of next year. We believe if you wanted to, and it's completely up to you, we'll go in either direction, that it could come before this board in the November sessions if city council asked staff to move it forward along the timeline that it could. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. I have Richard Harris, Peter Barlerin, and Laura Harvin.
So my name is Dick Harris. I'm speaking for Plan Boulder County about your study session on occupancy and zoning. Increasing occupancy limits or changing zoning regulations will never result in affordable housing if decisions are left only to profit-making markets without mandatory oversight and intervention to ensure permanent affordability. Boulder's steep housing costs are the result of strong demand due to our high quality of life, as well as the imbalance between the ever-increasing number of jobs and students in Boulder and the limited availability of affordable workforce and student housing. To increase affordable housing, we must understand how much of each housing type we need, what we can build, and what we can ensure is permanently affordable. However, there's nothing in the proposals the council is considering later that will ensure increased housing prices for that modest income people could pay without being seriously cost burdened. What they do ensure is unnecessary impacts that will not be offset by any greater community benefit. This entire effort could potentially have beneficial results, of course, if undertaken with more careful consideration of what will be required to achieve the desired results. Boulder needs a housing study to understand what we have, what's on the way, and what we need. We encourage council to slow down and do the work that's required to actually create affordable housing, not just more and more housing that isn't affordable. Every market rate project that's approved eliminates opportunities for real affordable housing, which might do some good for the celebration we're having tomorrow for Juneteenth.
Thanks, Dick.
Thank you.
Now we have Peter Barlerin, Laura Harvin, and Alan Delamere.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Peter Barler and I live in the Goss Grove neighborhood. Members of the council and City of Boulder staff, with respect, the renewed drive to relax occupancy limits is not your finest hour. November 2021's ballot question 300, whose proponents labeled "bedrooms are for people," lost by 52 to 48. If you want to reopen the question, the proper course of action would be a new ballot initiative introduced in a subsequent election. Some may have seen the recent New York Times piece about the favorable climate renters enjoy in Vienna, Austria. The article refers to upzoning in many countries, including the United States, saying, and I quote, "Often the benefits of allowing greater density are captured by developers, who price the new units far above cost. It doesn't offer renters security or directly create the type of housing most needed, affordable housing." Close quote. What is true for upzoning is also true for increasing occupancy limits. The city could do more of what it's already doing, working through Boulder Housing Partners with not-for-profit organizations like Thistle and through the Emergency Family Assistance Association to renovate, build, and maintain more affordable housing. The city could use some of the receipts from revised property tax assessments to buy more real estate. It could hold commercial real estate developers to a higher standard. If they want to build, they should be required to contribute more to affordable housing. And if the university wants to keep adding more students, let it use some of its choice land to build more on-campus housing. Revisiting occupancy limits so soon after the voters have spoken is a bad idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Now we have Laura Harvin, Alan Delamere, and Connor Hall.
Hello, my name is Laura Harvin, and I'm here tonight to ask that the matter of the demolition of the historic structure located at 661 Maxwell is called up for review. Next slide, please. This shows two accessory structures within 30 feet of each other. You'll notice that both garages were listed as contributing to the historic neighborhood. Both were reassessed in '96 and also 2005. The condition of 661 Maxwell's garage was listed as excellent, while the condition of the one at 652 Concord was listed as deteriorating. Both garages are listed to be built before 1945, which is the date of significance. And both garages were later modified and covered with newer materials. This is documented in the 1996 as well as the 2005 report. So the question is, both of these contributing historic structures were covered with siding, yet the demolition of 652 Concord structure was denied, while the structure at 661 Maxwell is now being allowed. Next slide, please. This is what was revealed when the siding was removed from the structure behind 652 Concord. And you'll actually notice the arrow to the left shows the proximity of the garage that's located behind 661 Maxwell in the Concord alley. The question is, can an old garage be concealed with new siding and then demolished? I'm asking you to call this up for review because details can be shown that neither of these structures, the one at 661 Maxwell nor 652 Concord, are the first structures that were built on these properties. Both were built within the historic period, and it appears that staff and Landmarks Board missed some of these important details, and that is why this application needs to be further reviewed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laura. Now we have Alan Delamere, Connor Hall, and Matthew Miranda.
Alan Delamere, 525 Mapleton Avenue. In 2019, I wrote a guest opinion piece in the Camera, and I've sent a copy of that to you today. So these slides are just me waking up and realizing that what I wrote then was pretty solid, and it really needs to be addressed today. I asked the previous council to do something. I don't think anybody took any action whatsoever, but I think now is the time for you to take my slides and start having an internal discussion. The housing problem is not being addressed from the ground up, and the slides I'm about to show you just as some suggestions that I feel should be considered. Next one. So if we can preserve the existing affordable housing, it should be a very high priority. And these scrape-offs and the expansions on false grounds should be stopped. If we were to do that, it would devalue the land and stop developers just continually converting affordable housing into unaffordable. Next one. So the other thing that I think the city, particularly our city manager, could institute is we should provide housing for employees. And that should be, the city should set the example and other organizations should follow it. And there are a few rules that you can come up with which will help that. Anybody that's applying for a job that's already living in Boulder should have a higher priority than somebody commuting in. Next one. Okay, the real estate tax is the big one,
So,
and
Alan,
I recommend.
I apologize,
okay,
but your time's up.
Your time's up.
But if,
And
no,
I
no,
think that
your
it'd be
time's
good
up.
for you to
now.
take my
though.
slides and discuss them in detail.
And if you could email those to us, please, we'd appreciate it. Email the slides to us, please.
Yeah.
That would be welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Now we have Connor Hall, Matthew Miranda, and Rishi Raj.
Hello. Hi, I'm Connor Hall, and I'm here to speak in favor of raising the minimum wage. I'd just like to begin briefly by saying, like, I've lived in Boulder since my parents got divorced. We moved back out here because we have family here. That was 12 years ago. I can consider the community of Boulder really important to my upbringing, and it's something that I value being a part of. Unfortunately, and this is not anything new, we're talking about other proposals to address the affordability crisis, not just in, which is not just unique to Boulder, but Boulder is a particularly bad example of. I, for one, have been forced to leave Boulder, even though I still continue to work here, even though I still continue to find it important to myself to, be a productive member of this community, because I simply cannot afford to live here. And that's true across the board, is that when you're an hourly worker, when your wage is tied to the hours you work, you're constantly selling your time. And unfortunately, that scenario puts you in a case where your needs often make the decisions for you. So just to illustrate, I believe, I'm sure anyone who signed up to speak today is familiar with this, but there's a limit on 20 people speaking. Just to have the time to speak today, you had to have the day off, you had to have, or you had to at least have this time off here. You had to be able to sign up ahead of time. You had to be able to take the time to prepare to speak. You had to, you had to meet all of these requirements, right? Sorry, let me collect myself a little bit. This is for those who went through all of the hoops of speaking just to have their time cut off.
And sorry, Connor, we do stick to the
because
time
they
limit.
did not have.
But if you could email us your additional thoughts, we'd love to hear them.
Honestly, and I would also like to mention that the time limit itself is
Sorry,
another
Bill.
limit on that.
I hear
You've
you, but
created
your
a
time is
hurdle
up. Other
that
people are
protects
only
yourself
getting 2
from.
minutes. I'd appreciate it if you could cooperate so everybody gets equal treatment.
There was how many people cooperated with your rules and still were not given the time to speak?
Sir, if
These
you
are
can
complicated
please leave
issues
the
that
podium,
require
you're
more than 2 minutes
not
to talk
allowing
about.
other people to speak. But please do email us. Next, we have Matthew Miranda, Rishi Raj, and Macon Coles.
Hello there. My name is Matthew Miranda. I'm a senior here at CU Boulder. I'm also a first-generation non-traditional student. I actually came out to Boulder about 2 years ago during the midst of the pandemic, and it was the best decision I've ever made. Unfortunately, the cost of affordability and the cost of rising prices have made it difficult to live in Boulder. In over a year, I saw my rent raise from $900 a month to $1,200 a month. And $900 already is pretty crazy, but that $300 increase is absolutely insane. So for me to live in Boulder, I have to rely on Sallie Mae loans, 2 jobs, gig work like door dashing, donating plasma, and still being a full-time student. When you're forced to spend about 70% of your income a month of your earnings on rent alone, it's very challenging to have a social life, to do extracurriculars, and to invest in my community. I share my story because I'm not alone. There are many other people living in Boulder who has a worse experience than myself. The Boulder Area Labor Council is advocating for a $25 minimum wage by the year 2028, and I'm asking you to support this proposal. If we want the residents of Boulder to live happier, healthier, and more compassionate lives, we need to make Boulder County an affordable area not only to live in, but to thrive in as well. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Matthew. Now we have Rishi Raj and then Macon Coles.
Yeah, so my name is Rishi Raj, and I live on 863 14th Street, and I've lived there for 25 years. So, you know, the question I asked myself is, who is pushing for this high occupancy? Who is it? And the answer is clear, it's the landlords, because they stand to make more money. So it's really a kind of a David and Goliath issue between the citizens of the neighborhood and the landlords who don't even live in the neighborhood. So these citizens are not faceless people, you know. They pay their taxes, they know their neighbors, they invite each other for a gin and tonic. I mean, we have a community. We really have a community. But they don't have a voice because they cannot get organized like the way the landlords can. So we have, you know, we have three options in front of you. One is status quo, which is very clear. Status quo is status quo. The other two I cannot understand. They're very unclear. I mean, if you adopt one of them, it'll be a mess. So my recommendation to you is to vote for status quo with one important proviso, that we set up a committee that develops a vision for the neighborhoods in Boulder. And these neighborhoods are very vital to us. They are our culture, they are our history. Without them, Boulder will not be Boulder. And I would like you to appoint a committee to give voice to the citizens, to develop a vision for the neighborhoods, ask what is going on, how can we keep everybody happy. And then come back to this ordinance 1 year or 2 years from now, and then consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishi. Last in-person speaker is Macon Coles.
Good evening, Council. My name is Macon Coles. I live in Whittier. There are 4 points I want to make about the housing and zoning occupancy issues that you're going to decide tonight. Number 1 is I'd like to see the occupancy limit raised to 5. You know, the renters and young people are demanding this. It is single-family homeowners, people my age, people like me, who seem universally opposed to it, talking about the impacts on the character of the neighborhood. Going back over 30 years of discussions about changes to zoning and housing, we can look at how people were so upset that any change would impact negatively the character of their neighborhoods. And this has never come to pass. Going back to the placement of the academy on the hill, which resulted in litigation 30 years ago. Secondly, yes, please include in the affordable housing project consideration of allowing 2 and 3 family houses on the lots that are designated in your packet. We need to look at that. It gives people options to building the huge house that they could instead provide more modest houses for people at a lower price point that more people could afford. Yes, eliminate the 3,000 and 1,600 square feet and 1,200 square foot open space requirements in some of our zoning districts. The fact that we have those unrealistic open space limitations has fueled some of the concept reviews that you've had to do and the special ordinances to make projects like Diagonal Plaza happen. And fourth, yes, reduce the site review criteria, the size criteria for residential housing. You know, a 2014 study, nearly 10 years old in California, found that 4 meetings add $19,000 per unit to the cost of housing.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we're going to go to our virtual speakers now. The first 3 of whom are Kasima Kruger Cunningham, Dorothy Cohen, and Eric Budd.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Kasima Kruger Cunningham, 977 7th Street. What will be the costs of removing housing occupancy limits in existing low-density zone neighborhoods, particularly those closest to the CU campus? 1, diminished quality of life for resident owners, more noise, more construction disruption, more traffic, more parking conflicts, more stormwater runoff. 2, more strain on existing utilities, power, water, sewer, trash, etc., and attendant cost of living increases in taxes and fees, and especially housing prices. 3, increased fire risks and impacts and associated insurance liabilities at the wildland-urban interface. What City of Boulder mandates, goals, and programs will be negatively affected by the removal of existing housing occupancy limits? 1, the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions to achieve the city's Scope 2 and Scope 3 net zero carbon emission goals in the excellent new Cool Boulder program. 2, the goal of preventing unnecessary housing scrape-offs and preserving highly valued historic buildings and historic districts. 3, the goal of protecting the extent and permeability of urban soils and the city's urban tree canopy for flood mitigation purposes. 4, the goal of protecting the city's blue line and building height ordinances that protect the city's view shed and open space. 5, the goal of protecting the unsustainable growth limiting social, economic, and environmental protections in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Kasima. I have Dorothy Cohen, Eric Budd, and Chelsea Castellano.
My name is Dorothy Cohen. I live at 2845 Elm Avenue in Martin Acres. Please do not increase occupancy limits. I read in the packet for tonight's meeting that Austin, Texas has increased occupancy limit to 6, but it failed to lower rents. It actually increased rents per person, which makes the profits for our landlords. Increasing occupancy will not lower rents in an elastic market. It simply benefits landlords, many of whom are out-of-state owners. Who do we want to benefit, renters or landlords? Parking is also a big problem in these neighborhoods near CU. I live in Martin Acres, and people park their car constantly in front of my house, and they leave them there for 3 days before they move them. They know the regulations. Most of the folks do not even know to keep 5 feet from the driveway. I've even had cars blocking my driveway. The solution isn't making us pay for a parking program just to park in front of our own homes. If you must increase the occupancy limit, please exempt the 4 neighborhoods adjacent to CU: Martin Acres, University Hill, Cross Grove, and East Aurora. Currently, Martin Acres is around 60% rental. So the changes would be very disproportional to those close to CU. Neighborhoods farther from CU who have far fewer rentals would be much less affected. This is unjust. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dorothy. Eric Budd, Chelsea Castellano, and Catherine Bush.
Hi, Council. Eric Budd. I live in Boulder. I'm a co-lead on Bedrooms Are for People, and I wanted to speak in favor of the options proposed around occupancy limits, that the city adopts a policy at least to allow 5 unrelated people. The other thing that I've really been working on during this process, especially around the statewide occupancy level changes, is that I got confirmation from the city of Boulder that under our current policy and going forward, that the city of Boulder will continue to aggressively enforce this on unrelated families with children. And this entire policy is discriminatory, but it is just absolutely unacceptable that we do not have an allowance for children of chosen families to be protected under the law rather than face eviction. And I want to talk a little bit more about the policy in general. We had this year in the state legislature a policy that would have forbade cities to enforce these discriminating laws against unrelated people. That passed the state Senate. And I want to tell you another interesting development. The last speaker and many speakers like to talk about Austin and how important it has been for them to keep their occupancy limits. There's a proposal going to the Austin City Council right now to get rid of these discriminatory occupancy limits based on family status. This is a dying policy. It is a relic of racist segregation, and we need to end it. So I'm asking you to move forward, limit the harm, and we need to really move on from these discriminatory housing policies that we have in Boulder. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Now, Chelsea Castellano, Catherine Bush, and Nick Grossman.
Hello, Chelsea Castellano. I actually want to share my support for what Mark Wallach said earlier, that we should treat everyone equally and with dignity and respect. And that is one of the many reasons why I've been working so hard alongside so many people to reform our exclusionary housing law that treats unrelated people as lesser than. We all deserve equal access to housing, especially those who have been historically marginalized, communities of color, LGBTQ people, immigrants, all of which who have been disproportionately impacted by our discriminatory occupancy laws. In the memo that staff provided, it was highlighted that community connectors said the following, quote, occupancy limits and other policies were put into place to restrict who is able to live in Boulder, effectively keeping BIPOC populations out. We need to be transparent about this, end quote. While I value that Bob is concerned about the health and safety of those who share housing, there are clear and definitive answers to those well-meaning concerns. As staff reiterated to you several times, health and safety codes always take precedence and supersede occupancy limits. For example, right now we have so many studio apartments across Boulder where the occupancy limit is currently 4, and we are not currently worried about health and safety in those cases because health and safety codes take precedence. And we just see very few, if not 0 cases of issues in those situations that we currently have. We have non-conforming uses on the Hill because the City Council downzoned the Hill in the past, a decision that did not make our community more affordable and exacerbated our housing crisis. It would make 0 sense for the whole community to have a higher occupancy limit, have a higher occupancy per unit than buildings that have historically had higher occupancies relative to their neighbors. Please move forward tonight with housing policies that get us closer to treating everyone equally, as Mark says, with dignity and respect.
Thanks, Chelsea. Now we have Catherine Bush, Nick Grossman, and Mark Stengel.
Catherine, you should be able to unmute now.
Thank you. In the last 10 years, CU undergraduate enrollment has increased twofold. Increasing occupancy will not support more affordable housing for low to moderate income workers. This will only address the exploding student housing needs and line the pockets of the rental property owners while driving out families and low to moderate income workers. Research confirms this trend. Occupancy increases will not address the needs of low-income Boulder residents. The people of Boulder have already spoken by voting down Bedrooms Are for People initiative. Martin Acres and the Hills should be exempt from any ordinance changes as these neighborhoods are disproportionately impacted given their proximity to CU Boulder and the current state of having far more rentals versus owner-occupied than other neighborhoods. This information is in the council briefing. We need to create separate regulations for student occupancy limits and maintain the limit of the current ordinance of 3 unrelated adults. This has occurred in other jurisdictions and is held up in court. By keeping a student occupancy at 3 unrelated and increasing non-student occupancy to 4 unrelated, this would have the council's intention of creating housing for low to moderate income Boulder residents. We should also cap the number of rentals in neighborhoods with high density. We need meaningful urban planning that balances the needs of homeowners with future growth and preserves Boulder open space. We do not need unfettered, unbalanced infill that does not have guardrails ensuring affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Nick Grossman, Mark Stengel, and Rosie Vivian.
Yeah, hi, Council.
asking you tonight to please show bold leadership by directing staff to quickly craft an ordinance allowing 5 unrelated adults and their dependents to legally live together in homes throughout Boulder. While this new policy still would not treat all people equally under the law, it is an important and long overdue step towards justice that would decriminalize the majority of shared housing opportunities in Boulder. Enabling 5 adults and their children to legally share a home that can safely house that number of humans is not a radical idea. Many other cities and several states across the country have already allowed this. No previous councils have been willing to address this problem, choosing instead to postpone this pressing challenge until some future council is brave enough to confront it. They've allowed a small but vocal minority to continue to impose an archaic, ineffective occupancy limit on households across the entire city, maintaining a failed status quo for decades. Rather than continuing to pretend like our current occupancy limits aren't broken and worth fixing right away, you have the opportunity to be the council that finally passes this basic reform to give all people more equal access to live in existing homes across Boulder. You all possess the courage to choose to prioritize a practical solution above concerns about some minor political pushback. To pass this legislation that will immediately benefit thousands of people in our community by increasing housing options for everyone. The majority of people in Boulder will back you in supporting this sensible policy reform, and we hope you all will rise to the occasion this summer. Also, definitely support more density in housing in all neighborhoods. We should absolutely allow triplexes, duplexes, any kind of plexes. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Now we have Mark Stengel, Rosie Vivian, and Margaret Lecomte.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Mark Stengel, and I'm here to give you my observations as a 45-year resident of Boulder and a current rental licensing inspector for the last 22 years. When I first moved into Boulder, I moved into Martin Acres, and I found I couldn't sleep at night. It was too noisy. I got involved in the Martin Acres Neighborhood Association and became an officer and later president. And I participated in many city committees regarding noise, occupancy, et cetera, over the years. And I then became a rental inspector in 2001 after having taken an interest in this issue. And I have, over the years, I've seen the housing stock really improve in quality over the years, but I've also seen that there's been a lot more internal development of many places, and currently there is more than 5 people living in many places in Boulder. As a rental inspector, we never report how many people are living there in the bedrooms. So I think it's fictional to think that increasing the number of people allowed will actually increase the number of opportunities for people to find occupancy in Boulder. I think it's I just think there's no factual basis for that conclusion, because we are now using, as I understand it, we're using our current 4 or more 4 unrelated or 3 or 4 unrelated to take care of different requirements or when there's problems in a household. So I believe that this will not be a beneficial move for the city at all, and will not increase any housing stock whatsoever. And I just can't believe it that you guys are even considering this. You would neutralize your opportunity to enforce bad actors. That's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Rosie Vivian, then Margaret Lecomte.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I strongly support increasing occupancy to 5 citywide and allowing plexes in single-family residential zones. Currently, access to housing is Boulder's biggest problem, and housing policy and climate change are inextricably linked. Getting rid of strict limits on occupancy is the fastest way to provide more affordable housing citywide with no environmental impacts. If a family of 5 can live in a house, so can 5 unrelated people. I know this is wonky, but I looked up the code regarding the property in Bob's Hotline example on 9th Street and concluded that the occupancy would remain the same as it is now at 6 persons, even when we changed occupancy to 5. To the best of my professional understanding of the code, the conditions on non-conforming properties in BRC 9-8-5C3 would still limit the occupancy given in that example property to 6 unrelated people, not 10. It says there in the section on non-conforming properties that units with an occupancy greater than 4 unrelated persons shall not exceed a total of occupancy of the dwelling unit of 1 person per bedroom. So non-conforming properties already have additional restrictions on top of the building codes that address the size of habitable spaces as well as health and safety concerns. Assuming that there are 6 bedrooms in that duplex property, the limit would remain the same as it is today. And even if duplexes are allowed, that project is still non-conforming due to parking. It's a distraction at this moment in time. I was relieved to see some city council members show up alongside housing advocates for SB 23213 and showing strong support for eliminating single-family zoning. Allowing duplexes and triplexes on 75% of the land zone for single-family is a logical next step. I thought it was interesting that using the data on page 11 and 12 of the packet, 62% of the current housing units are on 25% of the land zone for residential units. Allowing plexes in the other 75% of the land will help to adjust this land use imbalance. Wouldn't it be nice to live in a community that welcomes people and doesn't shut the door in their face? Thanks.
Thanks, Rosie. Last speaker is Margaret Lecomte.
Good evening, Council. I'm Margaret Lecomte, and I live at 290 Pawnee in Southeast Boulder. Council is downplaying the real threat that duplexes, triplexes, and increased occupancy rates pose to single-family neighborhoods. I live in such a neighborhood that also has triplexes, duplexes, several large blocks of nest affordable housing, and a number of single-family houses that are now rentals. Parking, noise, and crowding, as well as poorly cared for rental houses, are already a problem. That's why I voted against ballot measures, the bedrooms for people. But once again, City Council is trying to ignore a clear vote of the community and trying unilaterally to pass a similar measure via a council vote. So much for democracy in Boulder. Council's efforts to increase occupancy rates actually will increase, not decrease rents. Landlords charge per occupant. More renters per dwelling doesn't mean landlords will lower their rents. They'll only make more money by acquiring more renters per dwelling. More importantly, Council is ignoring 2 very good ways that the affordable housing supply can be increased. Number 1, raise the commercial linkage fees. The fees are currently too low and aren't enforced. This would give 100% permanently deed-restricted affordable housing. But Council hasn't breathed a word since 2017 about increasing linkage fees. Other communities show that this really works. And enforce the inclusionary housing percentage requirements for new residential developments. These currently remain at 25%. That's 1 affordable unit for 3 luxury priced market rate units. Why doesn't Council increase this percentage requirement? This really works. In 2022, voters rejected the idea of jamming increased numbers of renters into single-family homes. Council should listen to the public and start paying attention to real community needs, not pandering to the desires of landlords and real estate developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. That wraps up open comment. Thanks to everyone who came and spoke to us tonight. And I will turn to staff for any staff responses.
Not at this time for me, Mayor.
Teresa?
No response from the City Attorney's Office.
Right. Council, got anything? Got Rachel? Lauren?
One thing I'd like to ask is on the band shell historic designation and band shell timing. Again, we talked about it 2 weeks ago, but is that something that could come back to this council? Because you do hate to have the next council have to get up to speed all over again.
I know that our staff has been working on it, and I'm going to defer to our Director of Planning and Development Services to talk about the timing. Or perhaps to Marcy.
Good evening, Council. Marcy Gerwing, Principal Historic Preservation Planner in PNDS. So the public process for historic districts sets very clear deadlines in terms of public hearings and when it goes to the Landmarks Board and then Planning Board and then to you for final decision. And we've run the dates into that, and it would not come to you before the November timeline. And there's actually a tremendous amount of work that fits into that 8-month period. So while we could look at it again, there's nothing in the code that would allow the expediting those timelines. And I will also say that in order to do this well, I would also encourage us to use the time provided in the code.
Would it be feasible to come the first week of December? I think we haven't quite switched over. Like that night's a switch over. I don't know if that makes a big difference, but if that couple weeks is possible, then
I will have to double check the dates and get back to you.
Maybe you can get back to us on potential feasibility.
Will do.
Okay. Thanks, Marcy. Anything else, Rachel?
Nope. Thanks.
Lauren?
There was a comment made about us not enforcing linkage fees, and I was wondering if staff could maybe address that. I believe.
I'll defer to staff to see what we can say about enforcing or not linkage fees.
No, you. How about you? Kurt draws the short straw.
Good evening, Council. Kurt Fernhaber. I support the Housing and Human Services. So any commercial property that adds, adds square footage goes through a permitting process. In order to get through the permitting process, they're required to pay the linkage fee. I don't see that there would be any opportunity not to enforce our linkage fee on any new square footage.
Thank you.
Sure. That's great. And I'll just follow up. I say appreciated the advocacy from speakers about raising the minimum wage. And as people also came to us a couple weeks ago about this and want to reiterate, we are working on this. It's in process. We're working on it with Boulder County, Longmont, and Louisville, I believe. So with a regional, yes, with a regional approach. So stay tuned. It's in process. Appreciate your advocacy. All right. Seeing nothing else, that brings us to the end of open comment, and we will now come to our consent agenda. Please, Alicia.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Tonight's consent agenda is item number 3, and it contains 3A through 3N.
Thank you for that. So what I'm gonna start with saying I believe that we're gonna need to pull G and H off the consent agenda for specific discussion. So with council's permission, I'd like to go through those 2 items first, and then we can come back to the passage of the rest of the consent agenda. Is that all right? Okay, I'm seeing they're being brought forward for discussion. Yeah, not set up for a public hearing. Okay, I saw nodding heads there. So, sorry, Rachel?
Just a process question. If I'm going to recuse from one, when do I need to state that?
In about 30 seconds when I get that agenda item on the table. Thanks for asking. So if we could talk about agenda item 3G, please. Alicia, do you want to read that into the record?
Yes, sir. Item 3G is a consideration of a motion to accept the recommendation of the Open Space Board of Trustees, the information presented at the Open Space Board of Trustees special meeting on May 31st, 2023, and any relevant information provided by Carolyn Miller at the June 15th, 2023 City Council meeting, and remove Carolyn Miller as a member of the Open Space Board of Trustees for non-attendance to duty and cause, declare the seat vacant, and adopt a replacement as soon as possible.
Thank you, Alicia. Rachel?
I would like to recuse from item 3G. I have been singled out and targeted by Ms. Miller, and I don't want to have the appearance of having a retaliatory vote, so I'm going to recuse.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll step out.
We'll let you know when the item is over. Nara, if you could take it from here, please.
Absolutely. And the next item, Council, is an unusual one for the city, and we regrettably come before City Council to discuss the recommendation forwarded by the Open Space Board of Trustees to remove one of their board members. As Alicia mentioned, on May 31st, 2023, the Open Space Board of Trustees held a special meeting at which they passed a resolution to recommend that City Council remove Trustee Carolyn Miller. That vote passed 4-1 with Ms. Miller dissenting. The basis for removal was her non-attendance to duty And before I send this over to our city attorney for a brief explanation of the process, I do just want to say how much I appreciate the professionalism everyone has shown throughout the past few months on this difficult subject. Teresa.
Mayor, member of councils, I recommend the following procedure. As you know, it's unusual to have a recommendation for removal, and so we've thought about how you should proceed through this, and here's my recommendation. So I recommend that first you hear from the OSBT board chair, Dave Coons, to explain the board's position on this matter and speak to the vote and resolution before you. Then I recommend that you give Carolyn Miller an opportunity, and I would give 15 minutes for the chair to speak. Then I would recommend that you give Caroline Miller 15 minutes to address the council as well. Since the motion before us is to be removed for cause, it seems appropriate to give Ms. Miller an opportunity to speak, and that's opposed to something procedural or technical grounds. Then I recommend you accept questions from council, moving on to a discussion before the motion, and then have the mayor invite a call for a motion in a second. Obviously, if there's no motion and second, then this item would fail and you would move forward.
Thanks for that explanation, Teresa. So then I would call up OSBT Chair Dave Kuntz to explain the board. And I apologize, I have to step out for a moment. I'm going to let CAC alternate Matt take over. In the meantime, we'll be back shortly, but please, Dave, proceed.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Brockett, city staff. Would you like me to read the resolution into the meeting record?
Chair Coons, certainly you are welcome to do that. That resolution is in the packet, and it's been accepted into the record by the council, but if you want to read the resolution, you're welcome to do so.
Okay. I just thought the public might be interested in the resolution itself. So I will do that quickly. The resolution is this: a resolution recommending City Council remove Caroline Miller from the Open Space Board of Trustees for cause and setting forth related details. The Open Space Board of Trustees of the City of Boulder, Colorado hereby finds and recites that A, Caroline Miller, member of the Open Space Board of Trustees, has not met the requirements for City of Boulder board members as outlined and defined in the Boulder City Charter, Sections 130, titled General Provisions Concerning Advisory Commissions, and 175, titled Functions of the Board, and Boulder Revised Code Section 2-3-1, titled General Provisions for Boards and Commissions, BRC 1981. B, Caroline Miller has exhibited a repeated pattern of non-attendance to duty. 1, attending fewer than half of scheduled board meetings in the past 6 months, including failure to attend 3 regularly scheduled meetings of the board held November 9, 2022, April 12, 2023, and May 10, 2023, without a leave of absence request of the chair and approval by a majority of the board, and other scheduled meetings of the board, including study sessions, special meetings, community meetings, and field trips. And 2, failure to consistently and appropriately communicate as necessary with board members or city staff, making her participation in board matters unpredictable and uncertain. C, Caroline Miller's absences and infrequent communications affect the Open Space Board's work and functions which require the attention and participation of the entire board. For example, annual budget reviews and decisions, annual work program reviews and recommendations. Based on the findings made in this resolution above, be it resolved by the Open Space Board of Trustees of the City of Boulder, Colorado that 1, John Carroll move the board recommend to the City Council that Caroline Miller be relieved of her duties and removed as a member of the Open Space Board of Trustees, and that the council appoint a replacement. Brady Robinson seconded. The motion passed 4-1 with Caroline Miller opposing. I will read a statement for you and then be happy to answer any questions that you might have. I'm reading my statement to council so that the record is clear and that there is no misunderstanding of what I will say. I will focus on the events that are the basis of the board's recommendations to council. The initial event that occurred 8 months ago is not part of the resolution. The board intended its recommendation to focus on the objective conduct of a trustee and the resulting impacts on the board's ability to function effectively and to fulfill its duties in serving the community. The recitations in the resolution are simple and clear, and I will not amplify them further unless requested to do so by the council. I will answer questions from council at the conclusion of my statement. It is unfortunate that we are here tonight to deal with this matter of the conduct of a member of the Open Space Board of Trustees, but regrettably necessary. The catalyst for the recommendation on the Open Space Board of Trustees resolution before you is the statement made at the November 9, 2022 meeting of the Open Space Board of Trustees by Trustee Caroline Miller. The statement was perplexing and difficult to understand. What was clear, however, were the allegations made by Ms. Miller toward members of the Open Space Board of Trustees, Open Space and Mountain Parks Department staff, and other city staff and city officials. The allegations that certain actions supported by the individual electronic records of city employees and officials could be construed as evidence of covert malfeasance were perceived as threatening by other board members and departmental staff. Security presence was requested for subsequent meetings of the Open Space Board of Trustees. In the ensuing months following the November 9th meeting, no efforts were made by Ms. Miller to clarify her comments, explain her concerns, present any evidence to support her allegations of conditions and wrongdoing, or, of collusion and wrongdoing, or to reach out in any way to reassure staff or the trustees of the intent of her comments. This despite staff and trustees reaching out to Ms. Miller to follow up on her allegations and seek further information. I want to be clear, however, that Ms. Miller's comments were simply the beginning of the issues that resulted in the board's resolution and are not included per se in its resolution to council. Ms. Miller's comments at the November 9th Open Space Board of Trustee meeting were part of a larger discussion at the special meeting of the board on May 31st, 2023, to review and determine if a recommendation to council on removing Ms. Miller from the Open Space Board of Trustees was warranted. The lack of resolution of Ms. Miller's comments on November 9th have affected the Open Space Board's ability and capacity to function effectively by continuing to be disruptive and distracting. Time has not provided any understanding or closure on what Ms. Miller was attempting to convey in her comments. Time without intention rarely manages to repair an absence of trust and understanding. This is the situation we are facing today. A board cannot function effectively absent the trust and goodwill between members that is essential to its ability to work together. The absence of one member on a small board like the Open Space Board of Trustees impairs its ability to meet its responsibilities to the community and hamstrings its ability to serve. The expectations of the community and the council are that appointed board members know and accept the roles and responsibilities of the position. As indicated in the board's resolution, since November 2022, Ms. Miller has missed more than half of the scheduled board meetings and events. Thus, the Open Space Board of Trustees resolution to council focuses on the functioning of the board being jeopardized by the non-attendance to duty by Ms. Miller, the forsaking of participation in matters of importance to the board, the department, and the city, and the negligence exhibited in the appointed position of trustee on the Open Space Board of Trustees to the detriment of the board, the department, and the city. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer questions at the appropriate time.
Well, maybe we can do those now. So Dave, thanks very much for your testimony, but while you're up here, maybe we can see if anyone has any questions for you. No? I've got one from Mark Wallach.
No.
I am happy to make my determination based on the narrow scope of what you have provided in terms of failure to attend and disruption of the normal functions of OSBT. But I have to ask, in light of the extremely personal nature of some of these allegations, allegations which remain unsupported to this day by anything that resembles a fact, why did you make the determination not to make that part of the basis for removal?
We felt that that part of the conduct was more appropriately investigated through other means, and so we thought that we would limit our scope in the resolution to objective behaviors as far as non-attendance to duty.
Okay, I will accept that, although I remain very distressed at the nature of the allegations made in the November meeting and the fact that they remain to this day entirely unsupported by anything that we generally consider factual in the real world. Thank you.
Thanks.
Could I just, I would say, Mark, that other board members are distressed as well, and I think that this action, while not lightly considered, certainly exhibits the level of frustration by other board members on this particular matter.
As I said, I will take the direction that you provided on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. So not seeing any other questions. Mr. Kuntz, thanks for being here, and stick around. We may conceivably have a follow-up question later on. So Caroline Miller, if this is your turn to speak, if you'd like to come forward, join us. You'll have 15 minutes on the clock if you would like them to speak.
Okay, just checking the mic. If I go quiet or get away from it, feel free to just wave at me and I should be able to notice. Oh, this clock. This is my 15 right here.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You might move the microphone down slightly.
If I am moving the paper around, I'm sorry, my eyes are tired. So I'm going to, give a little introduction. Actually, I'll say this first. Good evening. My name is Caroline Miller, Open Space Board of Trustee, public official, appointed by City Council March of 2020 for a 5-year term, 2020 through 2025. I'm here to provide relevant information to City Council for their agenda item 3G, where they are being asked to consider a motion for removal after a special meeting was called May 31st, 2023 by the Open Space Board of Trustees, where the vote was 4-1 in favor of my removal, as I was the single trustee who voted no for my removal. I'll be using this time to provide defenses for myself for the grounds brought forward of non-attendance to duty and cause. Excuse me, I'm gonna get some water real quick. The primary purpose of the City of Boulder's boards and commissions is to serve council. The Open Space Board of Trustees serves its purpose by providing recommendations to council on a variety of subject matter. Boards and staff collaborate with each other on a regular basis. Other city departments are regular presenters at OSBT meetings. And this is all done to provide City Council an independent body that works with staff to ultimately serve the best interests of our city now and for the future. My objectives this evening are to provide defenses to the grounds brought forward by my fellow trustees, state several causes of action for which I seek relief, further clarify what has been labeled as vague references, followed by my action of dismissing myself from the November 9th, 2022 OSBT meeting, which is a significant event for what has now come to City Council as a motion for my removal. My intention is to provide as much substance as possible for the issues at hand. I am not a finder of fact, but I am a seeker of truth. I'm presenting to council my best understanding of the circumstances known at the present time. Time constraints exist. There is a lot more that I wanted to do, but I just want to state for the record that my words are given in good faith, are not meant or intended to be adversarial. And while I would, And while we'll use names that are relevant to the issues brought forth, there's no intent of spite or ill will. My statements are made in good faith concerning an interest of subject in which I have a duty to speak. To listeners, thank you, sorry. To listeners who have a corresponding interest in the duty during this proper meeting and in a proper manner. I'll give defenses to the grounds brought forth and additional grounds that I believe are related to the motion to remove, acknowledging that they are absent from the grounds provided to council. I'm actually going to start at the end and provide motions now, so my intent's known to council for the entirety of the time that I'm speaking, and then I'll start back at the beginning. If City Council, either by majority or unanimous vote, approves the motion to remove, I so move council by an or tennis motion for an appeal to the removal. A motion for reconsideration, a motion for a new hearing, either as one or all three. I believe the evidence presented by the Open Space Board of Trustees is lacking and insufficient and is being brought forth for an improper purpose. My testimony will provide a much larger scope of the issues at hand that further develop the facts that will be deemed warranted and necessary by council. After I spoke, then dismissed myself from the November 9th, 2022 OSBT board meeting, I did not follow up or provide any additional or clarifying information to anyone with an interest in the subject matter. I did not want to use the words that I did and the subsequent self-dismissal in the November 9th meeting. My actions were done because I felt it was absolutely necessary to protect the integrity of the board. The chain of command would not and could not provide relief. A liability was being imposed that could cause significant harm to the board. I have not cried all day. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm so sorry. And our ability to engage in autonomous decision-making within the rules and scope of our board were significantly hindered. I absolutely knew prior to doing that act on November 9th, there would be significant real consequences that I would not want to face, which is being here this evening. But I felt compelled that it would somehow protect. My silence following was due to my concern that I would be deemed adversarial to council, staff, or the city. I am not adversarial now, nor were my actions then. I'm a public servant to provide actions and outcomes grounded in the best interests of open space, the city of Boulder, both of which I love. So this next portion, I'm going to clarify what has been said by many, was vague and unable to be interpreted. So this is done just to clarify what I did not do well the first time. I quoted Councilmember Rachel Friend in that meeting in a somewhat elusive way, and I'll elaborate as to why I did so. At the City Council November 3rd, 2022 meeting, 1 week prior, council member Friend was making a point regarding the county shuttle that had several drop points at trailheads, stating her concern was, quote, if we cut out the people that would shuttle there and we cut down the parking spaces there, then who can use open space? It's really, as far as I can tell, people who have money to live near open space, and I'm very skeptical of us, and end quote, she trailed off there. And then when speaking again, stating, maybe inviting into that conversation a lens of reducing numbers, possibly on open space, because that is what happened in the one area I'm aware of where parking and shuttles and open space intersected. Prior to making that statement and relevant to the Open Space Board, Councilmember Friend states that the feedback she received was that there were concerns that the shuttle would have the effect of too much increase on open space, and she had concerns if that's the philosophy of one of the main participants there. She went on to state she wanted to understand how or why open space and who else maybe would get invited to join that conversation to make sure there was a really strong focus on equity and transportation goals. The Open Space Board is not authorized to make recommendations within the narrowed scope of equity and transportation. Our recommendations are grounded in the oath sworn to uphold the intent and purposes of the Open Space Charter. There are other factors outside of those comments that have been hindering our autonomy as a board. For the discussions surrounding e-bikes, which was the agenda topic the night that I excused myself very early in the meeting, our packet instructed us on the specific questions we would be able to ask staff. If the question was not listed for us, it was not to be asked. There have been several packets that have started to move closer to this approach of censoring questions instead of the preferred method of allowing the board to freely ask questions deemed necessary to provide an appropriate recommendation to council. The decision for e-bikes surrounds the language of passive recreation in the charter. A majority vote of no to e-bikes on open space was given, the reason being the intent of the charter language is widely understood and accepted and interpreted, as was the intention of those who wrote the charter. The liabilities and safety concerns related to the e-bikes were not questions that were listed and could not be introduced in the discussion. That fact, along with the e-bike study that would not hold under scrutiny, a bike fatality in the city earlier in the year, concerns of the appropriate or legal width of multi-use trails, what I would consider a clear definition in the charter of passive recreation would not have allowed for an appropriate recommendation to council. The November 9th packet is ambiguous whether it is or isn't a disposal request that is being asked for in order to support the e-bikes on those trails. However, the normal procedures for disposal were absent of that packet. Agenda item 4A, page 14, paragraph 2 states, as detailed in the additional analysis section, allowing e-bikes on open space trails would not require a charter amendment. Just because this is written does not make it true. The actions to move forward with e-bikes on open space appears to be improper and unethical and unlawful, as administrative regulations must comply with the provisions of city code they were adopted to implement. City code and the manner in which it was adopted must comply with the provisions and requirements of the city charter, and the city charter must comply with higher level authorities such as state statutes, state constitution, federal statutes, and the federal constitution. Thus, where a local government is incorrectly interpreting or applying its own legal authorities, courts may void or invalidate a local government's action. In addition to this, I have concerns for Ordinance 8483, any appropriation ordinance or MOU, any appropriation of funds related to an ordinance or MOU when it deals with funds designated for open space. Our packets, I've been seeing new language stating alternatives to disposal, land use designation changes that are causing concern, past, present, and future. Noticing the Van Fleet parcel for disposal in the local paper after the fact it was made clear that 3 of the 5 trustees had no knowledge of the disposal being noticed in the local paper. In other instances where it appears the rightful authority of the trustees is being intentionally subverted along with violations of the charter simply because those involved in these actions did not and do not agree with the restrictions that are real or perceived. So as far as the grounds that my chair just came forward with, this is more related to those specific findings that were brought forth.
And Ms. Miller, I'll just note you have 2 minutes left.
Can I move council for an additional 5 minutes?
If you could wrap up your comments, please. It's been 15 minutes is a pretty long time to speak.
Okay.
I'll give you a bonus minute. How about?
Okay, let me just kind of
Yeah.
see what it has to say. After reviewing the complaints brought forward by my fellow OSBT trustees, it's clear to me that there are no valid or sufficient grounds to remove me from the Open Space Board of Trustees. The point that was reflected by all the trustees was absences. There are no grounds based on absences to warrant my removal. The grounds provided by the rules within the BCRC for absences is 3 consecutive meetings. Therefore, this ground for removal isn't applicable to me. The additional meetings that are non-attendance requirements were artificially bolstered during the May 31st, 2023 meeting in order to give weight to use this rule violation against me improperly. For example, it was stated in the May 31st, 2023 meeting that I had missed a recent OSB field trip, while simultaneously stating the field trip was in fact canceled that day due to rain. There are multiple similar examples like the one I just provided that took place throughout that meeting. An entire page of motion language was presented on the screen at the end of the meeting. I objected to the written statement that I missed the November 9th, 2022 meeting, as I was in fact present for that meeting, and that is a date that we've been discussing here a lot tonight. But that is one of the 3 absences that was brought forward. I didn't have time to read the entire motion that was put up. For language, I asked the chair prior on a phone call if I could have access to written materials and equal time to speak. At the end of the meeting, the chair acknowledged my behavior at the November 9th OSPT meeting was spoken more than the grounds presented by the other trustees, as is the case again tonight. But my 2 consecutive absences are not valid grounds for my removal. And again, tonight to state that covert malfeasance is something that could be plausible, but then it would not be brought forward for grounds, seems inconsistent with what this hearing is for. So thank you for your time.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Miller, for your testimony. Do we have any questions for Ms. Miller? Tara?
I do have one question, but I think it's for Dave. Okay. If that's okay.
Well, just let me see if we have any. For Carolyn, do you have them?
Carolyn, thank you for being here this evening and taking this opportunity to defend yourself. My question centers really around having a functioning board, and you've served with OSBT for some time now. And did you seek any opportunity to repair what was clearly, as communicated by your colleagues, the sort of breach of trust and confidence in you as an equal colleague? Because they've certainly expressed that, and I'm just wondering, have you sought opportunity to repair, to gain back that trust or build back that working relationship as the chair pointed out, the cohesion that's necessary for a board of this importance. So I'm just wondering if in the last, 9 months, have you sought that opportunity to repair with your colleagues?
In March, that's when the 5-year trustee leaves and a new person comes in. And during that 1 month time frame, I got a phone call from our chair asking me if I would consider being co-chair with him. And I said I'd be delighted. That would be fine. Maybe 3 weeks later, he said that that was not going to be supported, that I did not have the votes for that. I was out of the state for that meeting. So it's very confusing for me. I haven't received any written, formal, sorry, I don't have the right words. I'm trying to keep it grounded in law as much as possible, but there was nothing written. There was no formal complaint given. There was no emails from my other trustees expressing concern.
Okay, well, I appreciate that answer.
But no, I'm so sorry. The 2 consecutive meetings, I was out of state for both. I was not in that time frame. I was not in Colorado very much at all. So any efforts to find out why the movement forward with me serving as co-chair, that was my first understanding that there was a problem.
So from that point forward, did you seek to repair with your colleagues?
No.
Thank you.
I've got a question from Junie.
I think I heard, thank you so much, Aaron. I just wanted to hear a little bit more, I think along the same line, because I'm trying to understand, because you mentioned that it's as if you did not get enough notice as far as this particular issue and this removal. Because it seems to me there is a breakdown, but again, you mentioned things like, hey, I were asking questions and questions that were not already preordained, and that seems to conflict with how things work. So ultimately, my question to you, do you feel like this is more of a surprise, or is it more, it's just that there is breakdown in communication and engagement between you as opposed to issues having to do with you not showing up to get the work done?
I knew November 9th was going to be a problem, but I felt that, even though it wasn't really very well thought out, that what I saw approaching was something that could cause significant harm to the board. So in that sense, from November of 2022, I knew, as much as I ignored that was not going to go away. But moving forward until March, when the 5-year trustee left, there did not appear to be any differences in the board and how we act and communicate with each other. None of that seemed to change until a couple of weeks after Dave had asked me to be co-chair, and then he informed me that it wouldn't be supported, and then that was. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other question for Ms. Miller. Oh, for her, okay.
So, Carolyn, I noticed that you spent a fair amount of time talking about e-bikes, but in fact, Dave didn't vote for the e-bikes either, so. But I noticed you didn't talk about some of the remarks you made about Rachel today, which I agree with Mark. I feel like I wish that they would have been brought up on public record personally, but I see that they weren't. Do you have anything you want to say about the other remarks you didn't mention and why you said them? Or Yes,
I do have something written for that. So what I was hoping to provide the board would be, I would try to do something a little bit more substantive than just back and forth. The comments that I quoted by Councilmember Friend led me to believe that there were council priorities or staff interests that are there all the time, but that they were being heavily put on the open space board where we are supposed to go by our charter. So when we talk about equity or access to open space, I'm just going to look at this for a second so I can see if I can shorten any of it for you. I believe what Councilmember Friend's concerns were is how high the barrier to entry is, and it is tricky because it's dominated by a core demographic. It's primarily used.
Not that. What you talked about with Sam, about Sam and Rachel. Do you remember that comment?
Yes. So in 2020, I don't have the month off the top of my head. I received a phone call in the evening from a fellow trustee, and they had said that they had just hung up the phone with Sam and Rachel, who were, if I'm getting this right, subcommittee members for CU. And the trustee was asked if there was a number. The word was multiplier. If there was a multiplier that could be used in some way to facilitate a disposal. I thought that that was improper and not good, so I reported it to my chair and to the director of OSMP. The emails were sent that night or early the next morning. It had just been established that we were going to redo the open space disposal procedures, and because of those events, that item agenda was shelved for months, and I believe it was picked back up November of 2021 was when it was reintroduced.
Okay. Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Carolyn, thank you for those answers. And I think you had one follow-up question for, no? Okay.
And unless Dave, go ahead.
So, Carolyn, thank you for your testimony.
You know what? No need, unless you want to say something.
Excuse me?
No need.
I'm happy to answer if you have a question.
Okay.
Then let me just simply say that I obviously have a very different impression and understanding of what transpired. Both the previous chair and myself reached out several times to Caroline to suggest that she needed to get together with other board members and try to rectify what was obviously a very deep concern. And it was very frustrating to me that that did not happen. And that was kind of the genesis of, the tradition in the Open Space Board every year that the senior member becomes chair for that final year, and the next senior member becomes vice chair. And so Caroline was the next senior member. So I did talk to her about, that process, but it became clear to me that that wasn't going to happen. And so I did advise her, closer to the time when the election was going to occur, that that was not going to happen.
And you mean vice chair? I think she said co-chair, but was vice
It's
chair.
vice chair, right, right. And this is a difficult, I don't mean to minimize Caroline's difficulties, but it is a difficult situation for all of us. We did not take it lightly. There is considerable frustration in the board, and I think that in this, maybe an answer to Mark's question as well, is that I felt incumbent when I became chair that the board needed to address the issues and come up with some kind of resolution to them. Again, I will say the November 9th commentary is, we did not want to put that in the resolution because, again, that is kind of on a different track.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So
I think
what we talked about was the conduct of, the objective conduct as it relates to the rules and regulations for board members.
Okay, thanks for that. All right, so I'll turn to council then for comments or the next step here. Anybody want to get started?
I'll say,
Matt.
Oh, I see Teresa about to.
Oh, go. Teresa, yes.
Mayor, Council, would you mind if I take this opportunity to just remind you of the code and charter requirements?
Please.
Great. So the Boulder City Charter, Section 173, speaks to the Open Space Board of Trustees and specifically speaks to terms of office. That provides that the council, 5 members of the council may remove any board member for cause. And so that's enshrined in our charter. We can also look to our code and specifically 2-3-1, where we learn that City Council may remove any member of a board or commission by a majority vote for a conflict of interest violation, for any violation of applicable law, regulation, or policy, for non-attendance to duty, which is part of the issue here before you tonight, for failure to attend 3 consecutive regularly scheduled meetings without a leave of absence approved by the majority of the board or commission, or any other cause. And so what I would advise you all is that you look at actions and you not look at content of speech, but instead actions that happened as you make your decision and weigh your decision this evening.
Thanks for that, Teresa. Matt, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion, if I may.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to remove Carolyn Miller as a member of the Open Space Board of Trustees for non-attendance to duty and cause, declare the seat vacant, and appoint a replacement as soon as possible.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion, Matt?
Yeah, a little bit. We have a number of greatly important boards in our community, and OSBT is right up there at the top in terms of its importance, its duty, and the fact that we have a separate charter governing the work of our open space is emblematic of how critical that work is. And so having a functional board where everyone can work cohesively, even though they may disagree, is vital to the community trust and to the stewardship that we have towards the land that not only OSBT, but we as a council are stewards of and are caretakers for. And so maintaining that is critical. And so non-attendance to duty and cause is of great significance when we want to maintain that cohesion in a board. So I think it's an important thing for us to maintain.
Great. Thank you. Tara?
I want to agree with that and say that we embrace differences of opinion in this city. So it's not about that. So I want to agree with Matt about what it really is about, the dereliction of duty.
Any other comments? Lauren?
Having served on a board that at one point struggled with attendance, I can just speak to how difficult it can be to have the issues of, when you only have 5 members and one unexpectedly not present, that can cause issues with reaching a quorum and being able to have the discussions in a timely manner that the board needs to have.
Thanks. And I'll just call on myself that I did watch that special meeting of the Open Space Board of Trustees, the recording, and I thought that the majority did a good job of articulating the issues at hand. And so I appreciate the 4 of you coming together to deal with a very difficult situation. And I got Junie and then Mark.
Thank you. I will be voting yes, and I support this motion. It's just unfortunate, and I think Also, yes, I appreciate the comments made by Teresa that we need to look to action, but I think there must have been a breakdown in communication somewhere as well. And in order to move forward, we have to take this particular action to ensure that the board works constructively to the purpose that it is created for. But ultimately, from throughout, that's what I heard there, that there is a breakdown in communication between, between Ms. Caroline, Ms. Miller, and the rest of the members. That's why we're here tonight, even though there are actions that are part of the process as well. Because she mentioned in November 9th that she knew it was going to be a problem. And I'm sure that, there has been breakdowns in communication or in engagement. So ultimately, I will be supporting this particular motion. It's unfortunate, and it's very sad, I would have to say, for me to have to go along with this particular motion. And thank you.
Thanks, Junie. Mark?
I agree with Junie. This is a very, very sad situation. I no joy whatsoever. I'm going to vote yes based exclusively on the failure to attend to duties, and I follow the reasoning of Matt on this entirely. However, I do want to make the comment that while protected under free speech, accusations of corruption and malfeasance that are not supported by anything at all are unfortunate, hurtful, and dangerous. And while that's not the basis on which I'm voting, I just want to make note of them because it's emblematic of some of the political discourse we see today, and it's just not, it's not right. And I'm sorry about that. But again, my vote is based entirely on Matt's reasoning and the failure to attend to duties. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. So if maybe we can go to a vote now. Alicia, would we do a roll call on this?
Yes, sir. We will start the roll call for item 3G with Councilmember Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
Mayor Brockett?
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts?
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
Spear?
Yes.
Wallach?
Yes.
And Weiner?
Yes.
Item 3G of tonight's consent agenda passed with a vote of 8-0.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. And Ms. Miller, this has been very difficult and sad. We do thank you for your previous service on the board and wish you all the best in your future endeavors. That brings us to a close on 3G, and now we can go to 3H. Alicia, and if we can, I don't know if Rachel can hear us. I don't know, Matt, maybe you could grab her. If you could read it into the record, please, Alicia.
Thank you, sir. Item 3H is the consideration of a motion to authorize the city attorney to appoint special counsel to investigate and, if necessary, prosecute a complaint related to an alleged code of conduct violation filed pursuant to subsection 2-7-8E 1-6 of the BRC 1981, and a discussion of options regarding the police oversight panel's vote to stop work so the council can consider passing a moratorium on the panel's acceptance of new cases.
So I'll look to Nori or Teresa to get us started on this one.
I think we can go straight to the city attorney, Teresa Taylor Date, excuse me. I get them all in there.
Council, as you know, Deputy City Attorney Aaron Poe has been assisting and covering the police oversight panel matters. I trust her expertise and advice on this, and so I'll look to her to advise you in this matter.
Good evening, Council. Aaron Poe, Deputy City Attorney. This item has two questions for Council's consideration. The first is the appointment of special counsel for an investigation of a code of conduct complaint that's been filed against the police oversight panel
for stopping work, official duties. The second item is council consideration of other options in response to the police oversight panel's work stoppage, including a possible moratorium on their official duties.
Thanks for that, Aaron. So, and maybe I'll kick this off because I had had a CAC request that led to this discussion of other options. So just wanted to introduce that for council's consideration, then we can have a discussion. So the thing that I put out was the potential for a motion to direct the city attorney to draft a partial moratorium pausing all panel work except for work on ordinance revisions. And the reason why I put this forward is that the panel has perceived a need for changes to the POP enabling ordinance. And from my conversations, I think they're not alone in that. I share their concern that we need to have some changes there. I think my council colleagues probably do as well. And so they're taking the time now to focus on revising ordinances, proposing changes to the ordinance that would then come back to us later this year. And I'm looking forward to us considering changes suggested by them and by other members of the community and such to improve the whole process and situation. So their desire was to focus on those changes in the meantime while they fix the process. And I know it's been a difficult time for the POP in recent months with some of the challenges they've been experiencing. It's been a challenging time for the community as well. And so I would like for us to formalize a partial moratorium so that they can focus on making those changes, and then we can come back at a date certain once we have hopefully passed some ordinance changes, and then they can resume the taking of new cases. And if I could just ask a quick clarifying question, I believe that right now they are still reviewing cases, that they have a decent number of cases in the hopper. Do I have that right?
Yes, Mayor, you do. Currently, they have 5 cases that are scheduled for review through August 8th. Then there are another 5 cases that they will schedule for review, and the independent interim monitor expects that to be through sometime in September. So there are a total of 10 cases that will still be reviewed.
Okay, so they're still in process on those. So I'm putting that out there. I'm absolutely willing to accept other proposals or discussion, what have you, but I'm starting with that since this was a request I put on the table. Bob?
I'll comment in a second, but I just have 2 process questions. One is maybe for you, Aaron, since this was your proposal. Do you have a date certain in mind?
So if this is the direction council is willing to go, I would actually ask city staff that while they are drafting a partial moratorium, that they also work with all the parties involved and propose a date certain for us to consider when we consider passing that partial moratorium.
Okay, fair enough. And then probably a process question for Aaron.
Turn from one Aaron to the other.
Yeah. Tonight we would not vote on this is a request, would be a request by council to ask the city attorney's office to prepare a motion for a partial moratorium. We would not be voting on the partial moratorium tonight. And so what would we do, since we don't know if that's going to pass or not, what would we do with the recommendation that special counsel be appointed to investigate the code of conduct? Would that simply be continued and then we'd have binary motions next week?
Potentially, you have options here.
Okay.
You could continue the question of whether or not to appoint special counsel, or you could appoint special counsel, and we could move forward with that process and see what impact a past moratorium would have on the findings.
Thanks, Aaron. Just kind of a related question then. Is there a certain time frame in which we must appoint? I understand why the city attorney's office can't follow up on the complaint. Is there a certain time frame in which we must appoint a special counsel if you can't do it?
No, there's no time frame set forth in the ordinance.
So we could theoretically let the complaint sit there for 30, 60, 90 days?
Correct.
Okay, is there any downside to that?
No, I think with good reason, and I think exploring a moratorium would be a good reason to do that, especially given the fact that the panel is still working.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have, Aaron. I'll probably have a comment later.
Any further questions before we go to comments? Nicole?
Do you have a sense of just how long these ordinance changes will take, or when we might get the moratorium done?
Good question. There is a council study session set for July 27th. There are weekly meetings of the work group that's led by the consultant Farah Muscadin to draft ordinance revisions. So the plan is to come back to council on July 27th with a plan. Then we have an assessment meeting August 1st. So I expect that sometime after August 1st, the task force would come back to council with proposed ordinances. I don't know how soon to August 1st that would be. Knowing how the city works, I expect it would be sometime late summer or early fall is what Farah believes is reasonable.
If I could just clarify too, I think Ms. Muscadin, who's a consultant that we've hired to help do this, will be working with a variety of groups. Certainly the working group has panel members on it. It is expected some community members will be on it. It is expected staff will be on it, and we are in the midst of preparing for some community engagement, some of which will be happening very soon in the next few weeks. That study session, which Deputy City Attorney Poe spoke to, is indeed happening towards the end of the summer. We believe as staff that we are slated to come to council maybe at the beginning of October. It'll depend on our community engagement. And at that point, we are hopeful that Ms. Muscadin will be able to present both her recommendations to council as well as what she has heard, what the working group has moved forward, and so forth.
Okay. Any further questions? We move to comments. Yes, Bob, you got one?
Well, I'll just start off by saying I'm fine if it's the will of council to instruct the city attorney to draft a motion for us to look at next week for a partial moratorium. So I'm not opposed to that instruction. I am struggling a little bit with the need for a partial moratorium for a couple reasons. First of all, as we heard from Aaron just a few minutes ago, it sounds like the police oversight panel has a lot of work to do. They're working on it, and that's great. And it sounds like they've got work to fill up their workloads between now and the end of September. We just heard Nuria say that that she's optimistic that changes to the ordinance can occur maybe in the October timeframe. So those kind of coincide pretty nicely. I heard Aaron say that there is no downside to simply not appointing a special counsel at this moment. I understand that if we were to have a partial moratorium, that might moot the need for a special counsel, but by the same token, it sounds like there's no rush in appointing a special counsel. And then finally, I have yet to hear, and maybe this is something the police oversight panel or their chairs could provide us between now and next week, what changes to the ordinance are needed for the police oversight panel to do its work. It sounds like it's going to do its work on the pending cases through the end of September anyway, so obviously there's no impediment to that. I do think that we all agree that some changes to the ordinance are necessary and appropriate. It sounds like a lot of them relate to the selection process, which of course would not go into effect or not have any effect until there's the next round of selections, which would be presumably in the winter time. So it sounds like if there was a moratorium between now and call it September or October, I'm not sure exactly what it would do because there's work to be done between now and then. I haven't heard a list of things that are impediments to that work, either current work or any new work that might come along in the next few weeks. And it sounds like we don't need to put a moratorium in place to avoid appointing a special counsel because there's no rush on that. So I'm struggling a little bit with the need for the moratorium, quite frankly. I'm happy to authorize the city attorney to draft it, but I'm just previewing where I might end up next week.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Other thoughts? Or, yeah, Nicole?
Yeah, I was just going to say these two items that we're talking about here seem like they could be a little bit contradictory, removing a member of a board for non-attendance to duty and cause while suggesting that members of a whole panel have the opportunity to pause their work. And so I just want to say, for me, the common thread in each case is that the board and the panel are the ones proposing these changes. And if any board or commission told us that they felt unsafe in their work and they needed to shift temporarily to give them time to propose improvements to their working conditions, I hope we would honor that request as well. So I will support drafting a partial moratorium.
Okay, got Tara and then Mark.
I support the partial moratorium. First of all, it seems that many, at least the people that I talked to on the police oversight panel, and I had some great discussions this week, really want this partial moratorium, and I feel like now is the time for us to support them. It has been a very stressful 6 months for me. I bet you for a lot of people on council, for staff, and certainly for the police oversight panel, both those that just chose to resign and those that are staying on. So I feel this would be, for me, what I would want to do to support them and to show them that we're behind them and we are behind the success of the police oversight panel. Back in December, I don't think it was November, December, I suggested that we please just stop this panel, put it on a short pause so we can figure out what to do, how to fix this ordinance. And I was, voted down at the time, but that was really fine because it should have been coming from the police oversight panel, that suggestion, not really me. So here it is now, and here we are. At that time, I said I couldn't, the difference between the panel selection committee interviews and the ordinance itself was so, what's the word I want to use? Help me. They didn't go together. They didn't sync. So I wanted to immediately, for that reason, stop and fix the ordinance, but I didn't think it would work out, and now here we are today, and it didn't work out. So I think that we should take this opportunity to do what the police oversight panel asked, do a partial moratorium, and fix the ordinance. I will say, for those that think that they're going to stop their work, they're certainly not going to stop their work. They have to work on fixing the ordinance with the rest of the committee. They also are doing community engagement, and speaking of community engagement, can I take 1 second to read this? Thanks. Okay, Aaron?
Okay.
Yes.
As long as it's not too long.
It's not long. So one of the police oversight panel members asked me to announce that there is a police oversight panel welcomes your feedback on Ordinance 8430. Join us for feedback session Wednesday, June 21st, 5 to 6:45 p.m. at the Canyon Theater, the Boulder Public Library. And they want all community members. They want to hear from everybody. And so I think this would be a great opportunity for the whole community to come together and support each other and try to go past the past. And I know that I'm going to be there. I hope others will join. Thanks.
That's a great public service announcement. Thank you, Tara. Mark.
Yeah, I concur with the need to revise the ordinance, and I'm happy they're prepared to continue to work on that. And if we do not need to initiate a moratorium in order to permit that work to proceed, I think that is even better. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that the cessation of work that occurred was not requested of council. It was simply a determination made by the board. And I would have to ask, what would we do in an analogous situation if the planning board said, we're just not going to do our job? I find that a little bit perplexing, but then perhaps I'm easily perplexed. I'm not looking to punish anybody, but I don't know that if there is a way for the work to continue and the ordinance revision to continue without putting the imprimatur of a moratorium on it, that would be my preference. And so if we can simply let it lie and not take up the complaint for a while, we can always discuss a moratorium if we run up against the deadline and have to appoint special counsel and have to proceed, and we can make that determination at a later time. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Any other thoughts, or I could put a motion on the table?
Yep. One more question.
Go ahead, Bob.
Just, I want to understand, Aaron, if there was a moratorium put in place, you did a good job of describing the 10 cases that they're going to still handle that are in the flight between now and the end of September. I assume that what a moratorium would mean is if a new case came along, let's say in July or August, that the police oversight panel would not take that up. What would happen to that case? Would that case be held in abeyance, or would that case just move forward without input from the police oversight panel?
Likely would move forward without input from the police oversight panel. However, cases do not come to the police oversight panel until after the Boulder police finishes its investigation. So in theory, there may be a way if an investigation took quite a long time that it would still queue up for an appropriate length of time, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was inarticulate in my question. If an investigation was concluded and it was otherwise ripe for the police oversight panel to take it up, but there was a moratorium in place, and that happened, let's say, in July or August or September, however long this moratorium would last, they would simply not take it up, and the matter would just proceed as if they had taken a pass on it. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Would that include the input of the interim police monitor?
Yes, my understanding is that the independent police monitor will continue to provide police oversight.
So it's not receiving no oversight, it's still getting the police oversight. Great, okay, thanks for clarifying that. So I'll go ahead and make a motion, which is a motion to direct the city attorney to draft a partial moratorium, pausing all panel work except for work on ordinance revisions, and requesting a recommended date for the expiration of that moratorium.
Second.
Motion and second. I don't feel the need to say additional things, so if there's no further discussion, I call for a vote. Is this a show of hands, Alicia?
I would prefer us do a roll call.
Let's do a roll call.
All right, thank you. We'll start this roll call with you, Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Yes on the drafting, to be determined on the moratorium.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes on the drafting?
And Benjamin.
Yes.
The motion to direct the city attorney to draft a partial moratorium pausing all panel work except for work on ordinance revisions is hereby approved unanimously.
Great, thanks everyone for your consideration. And then, Aaron, maybe if I could turn to you, do we need to continue item 3H until after we've considered this moratorium? Would that be your recommendation?
Yes.
First ask a timing question. Will we be able to consider the moratorium at the special meeting next week?
Yes, if CAC would like to schedule it.
Okay, so we'll leave that up to CAC. But then perhaps should we go to the first business meeting in July for the continuation of this to give that action time to play out?
I think that's a good date because we can always ask for it to be continued again or move to a different date.
So if council will permit me, I'll go ahead and make a motion to continue item 3H until our July 13th business meeting.
Second.
Any discussion on that? Seeing none, show of hands on this for the motion on the floor. Okay, all in favor? Jeannie, I see. Okay, I got a hand. Okay, so it's unanimous. Great. Well, thank you, everyone, for. Oh, yes, Bob.
Yeah, if I could just close out by making a request, which obviously we can't ask anybody to do anything, but it would be helpful for those of us who are struggling a little bit with the moratorium if perhaps the chairs or some representative of the police oversight panel could send a note to council before the partial moratorium is taken up, maybe setting forth the things, changes in the ordinance or other things that the police oversight panel feels needs to occur and which they can't do on new cases, just because I'm continuing to struggle a little bit, and if we got a note from the chairs or somebody on that might put some of our minds at ease.
Okay, duly noted. And Nicole?
I'm just curious, and maybe this is a question for Aaron Poe. Are they at that stage, or have they had enough discussions to be able to kind of provide that level of feedback on a short notice? Because it seems like what they're doing is just engaging in a broader process as quickly as possible about some ordinance changes.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I'm going to direct that to Nuria.
Thank you so much. Council members, I believe they're still not at that stage yet. They are working with our consultant and really hoping to get feedback from community as they move forward. I think there are several revisions people have thought of, but we're not quite there. We're just kicking off that working group to really think about what those changes are as we move forward.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for that, Nicole, because I need to clarify my request. It wasn't so much what the changes are. It was, I think we all know that the police oversight panel voted almost unanimously a few weeks ago to stop working. So they must have had a reason to stop working, and I just wondered if they could share that reason with us.
Okay. Might also be, is there a recording of that meeting?
There is a recording. I'm happy to share that again. It is the May 10th meeting where they talk extensively about the reasons in which they wanted to cease for momentarily so that they could really focus on the ordinance, but happy to share that.
Great. That would be, so we don't have to dig for it if you wouldn't mind sending that out. Okay. Super. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Yes.
Just one more clarification. So is that sufficient for what you're asking for?
Yeah, I think it is. I had forgotten
Okay.
that it had been
Yeah.
recorded, so I think we'll look at those recordings.
Okay.
Thanks, Nicole.
Thanks for clarifying. Okay, well, that takes us to the rest of the consent agenda, 3A through N, other than G and H. And I actually might ask a very quick request of the Council Employee Evaluation Committee about 3M, because we're considering the appointment of an interim municipal court judge. So perhaps Junie and or Nicole, you might just highlight that, because I think it's worthy of note.
Nicole, you're welcome to speak for both of us.
Okay, sure, thank you. I think as was outlined in the memo and as everyone is aware of now, our municipal judge will be stepping down as of June 30th. Judge Kahn has worked with the city for many, many, many years and has served admirably in that regard. Is very familiar with all of the programs that the court is currently involved in and will be able to step in pretty seamlessly. Is also very well known, and I think one of the other known within our municipal court. One of the other things that we were considering is that there is a lot of turnover currently going on in some of the upper roles in the municipal court right now, with court administrator and a couple of new supervisor roles. And so trying to maintain some consistency for the staff seemed like a really good idea in this interim appointment. So we are highly recommending Judge Kahn for this interim appointment.
Thanks so much for doing that. I appreciate it, Bob.
Yeah, just two things, both are process. One is, I guess I'm looking to probably Teresa on this one. I assume that in addition to that appointment motion, thanks for that, there'll be a process discussion at some point in time, maybe this summer, about what recommended steps are to identify a permanent municipal judge. Is that right?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. And, part of what we'll do is we'll look at historical practice, bring that forward for your consideration, but certainly you're not bound by historical practice.
Great, thanks, Teresa. And then I guess I'm make a request for those of you sitting on CAC. Since the June 22nd special meeting will be Judge Cook's last meeting with us, and I think she's actually making a presentation that night, I'd like to make a request to CAC that we issue a declaration thanking her for many, many years of service.
Absolutely. Thanks for that. Okay, well, appreciate the Junie. And Junie, did you want to add anything? Or you don't?
Hey, no, I don't want to.
Okay. Great. So thanks to Junie and Cole for bringing that forward. So does anyone have any questions or comments on all of the rest of the consent agenda? Seeing none, Elisha, could we move forward with the vote on that, please?
Yes, sir. And for the record, this vote is a roll call for the consent agenda items 3A through F and 3I through N.
So moved.
Second.
Right when I said that, I was like, did I forget something? Which was the calling for an actual motion. So thanks for Bob and Matt for keeping me honest there.
I had
Right. So we have a motion and a second on this very lengthy consent agenda. And Elisha, if we could do a roll call vote.
Thank
please.
you, sir. We'll start the consent agenda vote with Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend?
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
Spear?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach?
Yes.
Councilmember Weiner?
Yes.
Yates?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
And Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Consent agenda items A through F, 3A through F, and 3I through N are hereby approved unanimously.
Great. Well,
That has to be the latest consent agenda vote during your term as mayor, Aaron.
It's been, that was an epic. That was an epic consent agenda. All right, well, moving on, because we still got plenty of stuff left, to 4A, our call-up check-in, please.
All right, sir. Thank you. Item 4A, again, as the mayor noted, is our call-up check-in item. It is the landmark alteration certificate to demolish an existing accessory building and construct a new accessory building at 661 Maxwell Avenue in the Mapleton Hill Historic District.
Questions or comments or desire to call this up? All right, not seeing any hands, then looks like we're not interested in calling this one up. So if we could move to our continued public hearing, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. 5A is our continued public hearing and this is deliberations only, no public testimony. It's for the consideration of a motion to approve the landmark alteration certificate to rehabilitate and add on to Building L, the former nurses' dormitory at the Academy of Mapleton Hill at 2543 4th Street. This is previously addressed 311 Mapleton Avenue. It is a pending individual landmark per section 9-11-18 of the Boulder Revised Code. It is referenced under HIS 2023-00018.
And so we've already had a presentation and a public hearing on this, and so I'll just look to Marcy. Did you have any follow-up words, or should I go straight to council deliberation?
I don't have anything additional.
Great, so then I'll just ask if council has any additional questions for Marcy or other city staff. See, I'm not getting exercise here, looking left and right. Seeing no questions, would anyone like to commence discussion about the item? Don't be shy. I mean, if nobody has any comments, someone could make a motion. I know we have this LAC in front of us, and I know all right, nobody's doing it, I'll do it. So I will go ahead and move that we approve the landmark alteration certificate to rehabilitate and add on to Building L, the former nurses' dormitory at the Academy of Mapleton Hill at 2543 4th Street, previously addressed 311 Mapleton Avenue, a pending individual landmark per section 9-11-18 of the Boulder Revised Code. And I'll note that the applicant expressed a desire for some additional conversation about some window treatments, and I feel like it's worthy of further consideration anyway in that area as well.
Second.
Any further discussion? You've been real talkative so far. None? Okay, then we can go to a vote. If we could, please. Motion and second.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll start this vote with...
I had a question,
Mark.
Aaron.
Go ahead, Mark.
If we're going to have subsequent conversation with the applicant over window treatments, what exactly are we approving today?
So, Marcy, maybe you can outline, because I believe that there is a back and forth as we move forward with these considerations, but I could be wrong, so maybe.
Is this a question about the process of what happens after your vote?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be conditionally approved, and then those conditions are worked through at a weekly design review committee meeting with the applicant, but they are to ensure that the revised designs meet the conditions that have been passed.
And what happens if you end up at loggerheads with the applicant?
Then it goes back to the Landmarks Board for review.
Okay.
So I guess maybe should I be a little more specific to ask the design review committee to work with the applicant on those window treatments?
I think that would be beneficial. I think the discussion at the Landmarks Board was pretty detailed, and the window design guidelines are very specific in terms of the importance of a primary, secondary, and tertiary elevation. And so the conditions that the Landmarks Board placed and recommended to you all were to maintain the window openings on the primary elevations and allow window openings on the tertiary. So I do think it would be helpful to have clear direction for the Landmarks Design Review Committee about consideration of additional window openings.
So, not being a historic preservation expert, I don't really have, I think, the ability to give something very specific other than just to have a continue additional conversations about it. If that's too vague, then I can withdraw that. So, I don't know, anybody on council want to offer a different opinion? Mark, your hand's still up. And Lauren, of course, it's been a long time. Let's go. Mark, is your hand still up?
No, it is not.
Lauren, did you have a thought?
So is that in addition to the other items that the LDRC brought up? That they had a list of areas that they, let's see, that they wanted to see revisions on?
Yeah, and my thought was just to continue the conversation with the applicant about those two window areas. But I don't have anything more solid than that, so I can certainly withdraw that.
Okay. I mean, when I read sort of the list of things that the LDRC brought forward, in particular, I also feel like the revised design of the balconies to minimize their visual impact seems like a really important one as well, just given, I know that we don't want to make new things look old, but it's just such a contrast. It seems like there would be a more elegant way for them to create those on those facades, more in line with the character of the neighborhood.
I wonder, Emily has the slides. If you could pull those up, we could go through the conditions if it's
I'll
helpful.
just withdraw that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. I was
Okay.
I would have needed to be more specific, and I'm happy to withdraw that.
Are you withdrawing your whole motion?
No. So let me be more specific.
Well, I just I don't know if you read the whole suggested staff motion language, because it does include provided the conditions stated by the Landmark Board on April 12, 2023 are met, and I think maybe that addresses Lauren's concern if we use that language, and I don't know if Marcy could give us an additional 5 words to add to the staff suggested motion language that incorporate the window treatments as well, then maybe we could make that motion.
Yeah, because I was going off what's in the agenda rather than what was in the packet.
I see.
And I'm happy to read that motion, but it would be better to have the window language in there too.
Well, I don't know that the window language can quite pass muster, is what I'm hearing. But what I think Lauren called out that specific item, which I think if we include, yeah, I've got that revised language. So I can revise my motion if people, and I'll see if my seconder will accept it. So I'm going to restate the whole thing to get it right. Motion to conditionally approve a landmark alteration certificate to rehabilitate Building L, the former nurses' dormitory at the Academy Mapleton Hill at 2543 4th Street, previously addressed 311 Mapleton Avenue, a pending individual landmark, finding that the proposal meets the standards for issuance of landmark alteration certificate in Chapter 911-18 BRC 1981 and is generally consistent with the general design guidelines, provided the conditions stated by the Landmarks Board on April 12, 2023 are met.
Accepted.
Okay, Marcy, does that get to what you would need then to continue moving forward the Landmarks Board?
Yes.
And that includes Lauren's point as well, correct?
And just so I'm clear, the conditions stated include things like revising the design of the balcony to be a bit lighter.
Correct. It's the conditions stated by the Landmarks Board, which are in the packet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Sorry for a little clumsiness, everybody. We got a revised motion on the table. The change has been accepted. Now, if we could call for a vote, please.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll start this vote with Councilmember Friend.
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
Spear?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach?
Yes.
Councilmember Weiner?
Yes.
Yates?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
Mayor Brockett?
Yes.
And Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
The item 5A is hereby approved unanimously.
Excellent. Thanks so much. All right, so we can now turn to our last bit, which is matters from the city manager, which is occupancy and zoning for affordable housing update. Item 6A.
Alicia, do you want to read that?
Well, you know, the mayor did it for me,
Oh.
so no, I'm just joking. Item 6A on tonight's agenda is the occupancy and zoning for affordable housing update.
Thank you so much. And as we let Carl sort of get his bearings, I'll say that the issue of occupancy, as we heard, not just in today's public open comment, but through the emails we have received, frankly, since I've been in the city 2 years ago. And I know from beforehand, occupancy is an issue of great interest in our community. It is an issue where there have been many opinions. I'll remind council that in March, earlier this year in a study session, they asked staff to think about and analyze 2 options to bring forward. Those options were whether to increase occupancy to 4 or 5, and there are some additional occupancy and zoning issues that staff will be bringing forward today. So with that, Carl, hopefully I have bought you enough time.
Thank you, Nuria. Good evening, council. So tonight we'll be talking about 3 topics: occupancy reform, zoning for affordable housing, as well as the residential growth management system. So I'll conclude with that one. So the purpose of tonight is to discuss primarily occupancy reform and zoning for affordable housing. You'll remember that we discussed those topics at study sessions in March, where there was direction given on options and for both those projects to do further community engagement, bring it through the boards for comment. So we wanted to report back to the council on what we've been hearing from the public, as the boards, providing some statistics that were requested by council previously, as well as further analysis of the options. We're also requesting direction on those 2 projects and also direction on the residential growth management system that we have right now, which is impacted by a state legislation that passed in May related to such growth management systems. So we'll talk more about that tonight. So the questions that we have for council are, and I'll only read these once unless you need me to read them again, but for occupancy reform, it's should the city increase the occupancy limit to 4 or to 5 people citywide? Related to zoning for affordable housing, the question is, in addition to the changes previously supported by council in March, should the scope of the project be expanded to include additional high-density residential zones as requested by council in March, and to allow duplexes and triplexes in the rural estate, or residential estate, rural residential, and low-density residential zones consistent with the land use and density limitations that are in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. And then the last question is, in light of the recently adopted state legislation that prohibits local residential growth management, does City Council support repealing Chapter 914 residential growth management system that we have in our land use code right now? So we've been working on a substantial amount of community engagement since we last spoke. A number of ways of reaching out to the community. So we've had continued engagement with neighborhood groups like University Hill, Martin Acres, based on the fact that a lot of these changes would impact those residential neighborhoods. We did try to go out we went out to the Aurora East neighborhood for a block party where we were able to talk to residents in that neighborhood to get their feedback. We've met with Plan Boulder. We've met with the Hill Revitalization Working Group to get the word out to students. We've been talking with the Dean's Leadership and Values Committee, which includes representatives of student government so that they could communicate with students and a lot of renters. We've presented to the community connectors and residents. We've had conversations with community leaders, which is basically a mixture of some of the organizations we've reached out to, as well as some neighborhood representatives. We've had office hours virtually and in person to answer questions. We've also heard feedback at Housing Advisory Board and Planning Board meetings. And we also did the Be Heard Boulder questionnaire, which I'll talk about. There's a lot of detail in the packet related to engagement. It was a big part of the last few months. So Attachment B contains kind of an overall summary of what we've heard, and Attachment C goes into more detail about what was heard through the questionnaire. So on the Be Heard Boulder questionnaire, I think a lot of council members are familiar with Be Heard Boulder. It's not intended to be a statistically valid representation or some sort of type of survey. that's done. It's really one of the tools that we use to hear feedback from the community, to understand what the sentiments are out in the community, to hear the themes. It is a good tool to kind of cultivate that all together. We've promoted the questionnaire to different key stakeholders throughout the community, multiple organizations, neighborhood groups. We use Nextdoor and other social media platforms to get this out to the public. So it was open for about a month between April 27th and May 26th. We received over 2,000 responses and over 1,000 written responses. So you've probably heard that there are multiple submissions that we can tell from looking at the data. We take that into account. Obviously, it's not with the same weight that a survey would have, but again, it is a useful way of hearing from the community. So again, attachment C goes into a lot more detail on what those responses are. Also wanted to touch on, and council is certainly familiar with this, but the Senate Bill 23-213 that related to land use. There was a bill that proposed to potentially prohibit occupancy as we have it in our code today, to liberalize restrictions on ADUs and also increase density along transit corridors and allow more middle housing in the community. Middle housing meaning duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes. That bill ultimately was not passed by the state, but we were watching it closely. We've also, at the request of council, been looking at a number of different studies, commentaries, and articles nationwide, because the housing crisis is obviously touching a lot of communities throughout the country. So there's different perspectives, and we've tried to show both those perspectives in the packet with the links we've provided. I think the majority of the studies that we looked at showed that, obviously for 70 years, zoning has been used to restrict what kind of housing or how much housing can be in certain areas. And that's, kind of unique to, North America largely, to have single family homes the way we do here. If you go to other countries, you see a lot more of a mixture of housing. So I think there are studies that show that those restrictions over that long term have had an impact on supply, and where there's demand that's high, it does have a huge impact on housing prices. So there are a lot of studies that do speak to you have to have a multi-pronged approach at trying to create more affordability in communities, and part of that is adding to the inventory of housing and loosening up zoning barriers so that more housing can be added. There are some studies that do say the opposite, or some articles that speak to inelastic markets, and that if the demand is so high in a community, it is very difficult. So I think what we learned is that, particularly in communities like Boulder, we looked at like the Bay Area, where there's constrained land and high demand for a number of reasons. That does make it even more challenging for communities like Boulder to try to bring down those prices. But most of the recommendations we saw is that you have to kind of do a multi-pronged approach, do a lot of different things to affect that, because doing nothing is not going to help the problem. Some bold moves have been made on the West Coast, and we alluded to this in March, particularly in Washington and Oregon. So I've actually been reaching out to different communities out there to hear what their experience has been. We talked to a number of different communities in Oregon and Washington, like Corvallis, Portland, and then Walla Walla and Seattle. Just to kind of hear, and the states out there have actually just recently passed state laws like the bill we saw here in Colorado. It actually passed, so it does require middle housing. It does prohibit occupancy. So some of these communities have made these changes. Some are still in the process of making the changes. So I think the feedback we've heard largely is that they haven't really seen what the outcomes are, because there hasn't really been a lot of time since they've made the changes. So I think they are kind of shifting more to enforcement-based approaches rather than linking it with occupancy. So they've tried to put more resources into enforcement to affect those areas. There was one community I talked to, I think it was Redmond, did notice that after they had liberalize some of the code related to housing, that it did start to impact their housing prices and lowering prices. So that was the one example I heard that was fairly positive about affordability. I normally put this slide at the end of the presentation, but because we're talking about 3 different topics, it seemed appropriate just to kind of alert people to the next step. So after we get direction from council tonight, we're going to begin ordinance preparation. We'll probably set up some office hours or some sorts of ways of getting people the ability to comment on the ordinances as we prepare them. But these are the dates. They're tentative as of now, but these are the dates that we're working towards. So we're looking at July 25th for bringing an occupancy ordinance to planning board to make a recommendation. I think the housing advisory board, I think, is July 26th on that topic. And then the zoning for affordable housing ordinance at planning board is set for August 22nd. I think the HAB meeting is roughly around there. I don't have the date in my head at the moment, but we do have it tentatively scheduled to come back to council. Occupancy on August 17th, and then zoning for affordable housing on September 21st. So I'm going to jump first into occupancy reform, just reminding the council that this is a council-initiated project where the retreat endeavor was basically set up as performing a comparative analysis from other communities, develop a model occupancy approach, and solicit community input for ordinance revisions.
Carl, can I a quick process question? Would you recommend we take these one by one and ask questions and give direction after each one and then move on to the next one?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. Yes, that was the intent, was to go through this one particular project and then pause at the key issue question.
Great.
To get the input.
We'll do that. Thanks. Please proceed.
So just to be clear with council and with the public, what is occupancy? There are kind of 2 different ways occupancy is regulated. There's the building code occupancy, which is really about life safety. It just wants to make sure that there's not a situation where a building allows like overcrowding of people that could be dangerous if there's an emergency. So everyone's fairly familiar with these types of signs that you see up in certain buildings that limit how many people can be in them. What we're really focusing on is zoning regulation, which is usually more restrictive, particularly in university towns. So occupancy regulations kind of grew out of the 1960s. Some of the intents behind it was to try to minimize the impacts that could happen from having, more people within units related to parking and noise. But there have been obviously accounts where the motivations are more rooted in discrimination, and this is something that's spoke of in our racial equity plan. So we recognize that, and we've seen that in other communities as well, and it's prompted a lot of communities to start repealing occupancy or loosening up those occupancy regulations. So I'm going to try to go through these slides fairly quickly since we've talked about this before, but just a reminder, this is what our current limits are. There's no limit on the number of family members, and I'll talk about the definition on the next slide. But it's 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, so it's an or between all of these. So it's members of a family plus up to 2 additional persons, or 3 unrelated persons in what is a generally low-density residential zone, so in the RR, RE, and RL, or up to 4 unrelated persons in all other zones, or 2 persons and any of their children by blood, marriage, guardianship, including foster children and those of adoption. We do have slightly different regulations for ADUs, co-ops, and group living uses. We're not looking at changing those, but I'm happy to answer any questions on those if there are any. So I know the topic of family came up last time. We believe that we have a very broad definition of family, so we haven't been recommending changes to it. It does include same-sex marriage or domestic partnerships, and a lot of relatives up all the way to great-great-grandparents, grandnieces, grandnesses. So it's very broad. So we've not really, we have alerted, council had asked us to kind of include this as part of our outreach, and we've included that. And we haven't really heard any comments that speak to changing the family definition, but we just wanted to make council aware that we have been making people aware of what we have in the code relative to family. This is a map that I showed last time that shows the areas in orange are those areas that are at the 3 unrelated people in the zones, and then the 4 unrelated limit is in those green areas. So you can see the majority of the city in terms of land area is under that 3 unrelated person limit. I won't talk about all the options that we talked about last time, but the focus per council has been to be on option B, which is looking at a simple solution, which is really increasing the occupancy limit to 4 or to 5 unrelated citywide. So that's what we've focused on. In response to requests from council on statistics, we just wanted to provide some numbers here. So as far as the percentage of rental licenses per occupancy zone, most of our rental licenses, 65%, are in the 4-person zone. But when you look at number of rental units per occupancy zone, you can see that in the 3-person zone, over 80% of the units in the 3-person zone are owner occupied. And then when you go to the 4-person zone, it drops down to about 40% of the units are owner occupied. And you can see there's a breakdown by neighborhood. You can see there's high percentages of rentals, particularly in the university adjacent neighborhoods of Aurora East, Goss Grove, Martin Acres, Whittier, and University Hill. There was also a request to just clarify how the building code relates to occupancy. I'm not an expert on the building code. In this case, it's actually the International Property Maintenance Code, but zoning or building occupancy really kind of focuses more on commercial buildings, but it does have generally minimum land areas based on clearances that you have to have based on number of people. So generally, like a minimum size of a unit based on clearance requirements is about 320 square feet, and I think that's for like 2 people. And then the minimum size for an efficiency living unit in the IPMC is 220 square feet, and there's a cap of ELUs at 3 people. I know there's been some concerns expressed from the public about, if the city were to go to 5, that could permit 5 people in an ELU, and actually the building code would then step in, be like the cap is going to be 3. So we do acknowledge that there are potential impacts from occupancy, just like there could be impacts of a large family living within a building. So on-street parking availability comes up as an issue. These are a lot of issues that come up in a lot of other communities. Increased activity on sites, trash and weeds. We've heard about house parties, and then noise. And obviously, we do acknowledge that the Hill has a large number of nonconformities in terms of dwelling units, so there's a higher percentage of a higher occupancy in those areas, even though the zoning in those areas has changed over time. So it's really a policy issue before the council about whether the impacts of these types of things is really linked to occupancy or not. A lot of the communities that we've talked to that have decided to loosen up their occupancy regs or repeal them have really decoupled the issues and really just kind of focused more on enforcement rather than just occupancy alone. So it is something we'd want to hear from council about. As far as enforcement, police does handle noise and parking in the right-of-way in conjunction with community vitality. Planning and Development Services handles any complaints related to occupancy or illegal dwelling units or property maintenance issues. Active enforcement on occupancy has been largely paused in recent years due to the pandemic and due to staff constraints. But we do move forward on any complaints that we receive to address them. Generally, if there's instances of over-occupancy discovered in a complaint, it's something that has to be addressed at the next leasing cycle so that people aren't being kicked out while they're living in the unit. But if there are any issues of life safety, it has to be handled immediately. So I'm going to jump into community engagement specific to occupancy. So again, we've had conversations with a number of different groups. I'm going to try to summarize this the best I can, but in talking with university adjacent neighbors, and you've heard some of these concerns and during public comment as well. There's a concern that loosening up occupancy rules will drive out families. It will benefit only landlords in terms of it won't bring down prices, and landlords will want to make more money off it. We've heard that it wouldn't help the unhoused. When we talk to Aurora East, obviously that neighborhood's a bit of a mix of students and homeowners. We got kind of both perspectives that we heard from students that were struggling with the cost of housing in the community, and that they were very open to loosening up the regs. Homeowners in that area were not necessarily against more people, but they did express a lot of concerns about parking, just because Aurora East is in an area where there's some overflow from students that live at Williams Village that park their cars in the neighborhood. So they're directly impacted from parking. We've heard similar parking concerns in Martin Acres and on the Hill. We talked to the Hill Revitalization Working Group, which is composed of property owners as well as students. So a lot of the perspectives from the students was that they would like to see things be made easier for students because they're struggling to be in Boulder and go to school. And then a lot of them have to choose to live outside Boulder and commute in to go to class. And then we've also heard that concerns about just increasing occupancy without having it being tied to affordability, that's not going to specifically address affordability. When we talk to the Dean's Leadership and Values Committee, it's mostly student government. So one quote from that was that Boulder is crazy unaffordable. There needs to be more housing security for students, so that they were aware of a lot of students that knew they were living in over-occupied situations where they could be potentially evicted. And then we also heard that students have a lot of strong opinions about this, but you may not see them at these meetings. They often or either you might be out of town or are too busy with their studies and work. Some have to work multiple jobs in order to pay for their rent, which was similar to one of the comments you heard tonight. We talked to the community connectors and residents. There wasn't a lot of discussion on this particular topic, other than there was support for getting rid of occupancy regulations, based on the discriminatory roots of occupancy regulations. So we heard that. We spent really more time on zoning for affordable housing, which I'll talk about later. In the community leaders conversation, kind of heard both sides of it. We heard a firsthand account of an eviction, someone that was going through an eviction and the trouble that was causing them, and that they knew of other accounts of that. We heard support for 5 unrelated as a citywide limit. But we also heard the other side of the story where the university adjacent neighborhoods felt very strongly about it being exempted out still from any increase in occupancy. Relative to the Be Heard Boulder, again, these are more what we look at as observations, but we saw in general that there was more support for 4 unrelated than 5 unrelated, with more strongly support or somewhat support. When it got to 5 unrelated, it was with a lesser amount of support, and we saw a higher level of definitely do not support with the 5. A majority of the respondents did not show support for removing occupancy requirements entirely, which we posed that question to them. Most of the respondents indicated that they were homeowners, but about a third indicated that they were renters. We saw a lot more support among renters and younger participants in this for loosening up occupancy. And then more than half the respondents felt that the regulations shouldn't be left as they are today. So we talked to Housing Advisory Board about this on April 26th. All members except for one felt that the occupancy rules should be changed. The opposing member was more skeptical of the change and felt that it wouldn't necessarily guarantee affordability, and that the focus should be more on allowing more co-ops per year. Most acknowledged that loosening the rules was the right trajectory for the city. The issue about investors coming in and buying properties was raised. And we've heard that in public comment as well. They felt like that is a legitimate concern, but they didn't feel like it should be handled through zoning. It should be handled through licensing or some other mechanism. Planning board discussed this on April 18th. It was a more mixed response. There were 3 members of planning board that expressed support for loosening up occupancy, that it was the right solution to address the housing crisis, that there'd be more housing security by loosening it up. We've heard quotes of like gentle infill or a better use of land. They felt that it was a better solution than the bedrooms are for people ballot measure, which raised concerns related to people, or basically encouraging property owners by cramming in bedrooms to get more people, and that this was a better way of getting at the solution. And then we heard one board member noting that occupancy should not be regulating the relation between individuals within a unit. There were 2 members that were firmly against increasing occupancy limits. They were concerned about the negative impacts that could happen to neighborhoods from it, that landlords would get more money and that families would be driven out. We heard similar sentiments about there's no mechanism to guarantee affordability with increasing occupancy, and we heard the discomfort related to overriding the public vote from the ballot measure. There were 2 members that expressed that they were in the middle on the issue. They wanted to see more data. They did have concerns about parking. And one of the members did say that if it were to be increased, that they would be more comfortable with a conservative moving to 4 rather than 5. So that concludes the portion on occupancy reform. So I'll conclude with the key issue question for council, and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Carl. Appreciate all the outreach that you all have been doing. Questions for Carl? I got one. Nicole?
Thanks so much, Carl. I really appreciate your just kind of taking the work that we asked you to do and carrying it forward like this, so thank you. I was just wondering about thinking about a mid-August implementation. Do you anticipate any impacts on students in the middle of moving in with that date? So, for example, would people be able to add additional people to their leases, especially if they were intending to live overoccupied? And do you anticipate there would be any flexibility from landlords in letting people change their leases?
We did hear that concern when we talked to students because the timing isn't optimal, because obviously if council were to approve an ordinance in August, it would go into effect pretty much around the time that students are coming back. So the leases are already written up in that case. I don't know that I can speak to whether landlords would have the flexibility to change it post any ordinance. We expect that obviously in the next leasing cycle they would start to adapt to that, but I can't speak to how well the landlords would respond.
Okay, thank you. And in any of the engagement, did any landlord companies or Barha or anybody like that, did they give any signals as to what they may do or anything?
We heard from Barha just that they supported increasing the occupancy limit.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know, is there any way of getting any of that information at this stage, or are we just kind of done with that level of engagement there?
I mean, we could certainly reach out and ask them, and we could bring it back, as part of the packet with the ordinance, if that's helpful.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think just as a point of curiosity for the people who are already there, just so that there is clarity in what is available to them if an ordinance were to pass. And I don't know if my colleagues can chime in there as well. And then, so one of the things that some folks have mentioned is exempting some neighborhoods from these changes. Did we hear anything about that from any of the renters? Just because it feels like it's a really complicated thing for renters who do tend to move around the city a little more anyway. And I didn't, at least as I was reading through, I didn't really hear anything about exemptions for certain areas from the renters and students.
I don't think we derived that from the renters. I think mostly we've seen support from renters on that.
Okay, thank you.
Got Mark, then Matt.
it seems clear that the community is pretty much all over the lot with respect to this proposal. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions that I'd kind of like the professional viewpoint, based on data, as opposed to simply what polls have told us or what outreach groups have told us. Do you think that increasing density will increase the tendency to monetize housing stock and have an adverse impact on families' ability to buy those houses? If not, why? Just tell me why.
Can you clarify about like what you mean by buy those houses?
In other words, if you can increase density and increase your rent roll, does that not have an impact on the ability of families who cannot afford to match that rent roll to remain in Boulder in those houses? Does not that create an incentive for monetization of those houses to the greatest extent possible? That's what the Hill is fearful of, and that's what they seem to be experiencing. And I'm basically saying, what's your view of that?
I guess my sense of it is, I think it's a legitimate concern. I think we've heard from other communities that have struggled with that, and that it can happen to some degree. But on the other side of it, I would say I think it's a legitimate observation or a conclusion about how zoning has had an impact on what housing prices are because of the limited amount of land, and that a lot of land is zoned for single family, and if there's additional zoning restrictions, that puts more of a premium on each housing unit. So I think on the flip side, I think adding housing, I think we've been adding housing for many years, and it does have an impact, but I think all the studies say you have to do more to try to affect that change. And in a sense, it is trying to mitigate for decades of a certain type of planning. So I think I see the merits of both sides, but not doing anything, I think, could really impact housing prices the most.
I was not suggesting that nothing be done. I'm trying to inquire as to whether this particular action is actually going to result in what we desire, which is more affordable housing, and more accessible housing to a greater range of people, including families. I mean, I'm hard-pressed to see how this is going to give us that result, other than being able to accommodate more students, who I don't discount, but this is not going to provide housing for families of any kind. And in point of fact, I think it's going to result in families who are now renting lesser homes from continuing to rent them, because the landlords are going to have an opportunity to increase their rent roll. So I'm not sure we're getting the result that we would like to get. This is not about not addressing affordable housing. This is, are we addressing it in a way that actually is going to produce a result that is beneficial to the community?
So, Mark, we can carry that over to comments. But do you have another question?
Oh, my question is what's the basis for the point of view?
I don't know. I mean, Carl, I feel like Carl gave a pretty thorough answer to that, but I don't know. Carl, did you have further thoughts on backup for what you were saying?
It's kind of on the one hand, on the other hand, and I'm asking for something that's not quite on the one hand, on the other hand.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'll add is that cities changing occupancy regulations is still relatively new, and I will admit that I struggled to find a definitive study that shows you do this, it reduces the price. I mean, but I also think there's a lot of studies that say that doing this along with allowing more ADUs, allowing more housing can affect the housing, but it has to all be done together. That's my view.
Okay, can you provide let me just ask the question, can you provide some examples of where the panoply of remedies has been deployed and housing has suddenly become affordable?
Did you want to?
Council members, this is Brad Mueller, Director of Planning and Development Services. If I may, maybe I can intersect with some other ideas there. I think it's safe to say, and I'm going to ask Carl to keep me honest here, we did not find in the literature and in the examples definitive answers about whether ultimately increasing the housing stock, or in this case occupancy being a form of adding to the housing stock, ultimately is a main driver for reducing prices, or whether that gets counteracted in its entirety through the potential of increased housing stock, or in this case, again, occupancy, allowing for the possibility of increasing rents. And this, I would say, in observing the debate and discussions and input throughout this item, there have been assertions on both sides on there, and we've just simply not found definitive answers out either in other communities or in the literature. And in fact, I would even go so far as to say that this exact conversation was very much at the heart of the state discussion about whether simply increasing the amount of housing stock in the state would lower prices or not. And so I think, not to put words in Carl's mouth, but I think the answer is it's just not absolutely definitive. But we do know that zoning and providing land use tools is a toolbox. This is one tool that we've explored over, as I understand it, many, many years, well before my tenure. And that's why we're bringing it forward at this time at council's request.
Thank you. That's a fair answer.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mark? Okay, I got Matt, then Rachel, then Lauren.
I got a couple questions. One, start with a little levity. Can we change away from residential estate? Just a little, this day and age, the word estate sort of makes me cringe. So don't know if we can get rid of that quick.
Matt Applebaum went on a tirade on a regular basis on that very topic.
Did he?
Carl, you remember Matt Applebaum and residential estate?
Yes.
I don't remember that discussion, but
Matt's have an affinity for linguistics, I guess. Colloquy away.
Many of you have been to my palace, which is indeed a residential estate by Boulder definition. So I'm with Matt.
So, but I digress, but we'll just log that one away. A couple things. I mean, I'll just sort of touch. We'll ask a question about maybe code enforcement, parking are all part of those things. But I wanted to start with what we started to hear a bit about in emails and some of the commentary tonight was regarding not just necessarily overlays, but specifically like non-conforming and how that maybe impacts the hill. And in particular, what I found was interesting is, and I know Bob sent a hotline on that, and maybe he'll be able to address that point as well. But a community member brought up a very interesting part within our code that I thought I wanted to get your thoughts on with regards to, does it provide an actual cap with regards to occupancy in those non-conforming areas? And that's sort of like I think it's a 9-8-5, but it basically just says units with an occupancy greater than 4 unrelated persons shall not exceed a total occupancy of the dwelling unit of 1 person per bedroom. And so I'm wondering, is that an upper end sort of threshold that's there? And so when you have non-conforming that might have already a stated occupancy of 6 or 7, but maybe only have 3 bedrooms, are they already thus capped and at their max? Because I think what I'm trying to understand is, with the non-conforming part, are we looking at this massive increase of occupancy, or are they really already capped out? In which case, changing to 5 becomes irrelevant, and it's really at that point a function of, do they just build more bedrooms, not where their non-conforming status gives them a leg up to sort of just have boosted occupancy of upwards of 50 or 100% in some cases.
Yeah. that section that you read is basically, it is a cap for non-conforming. I'm glad the question was raised. I think in our analysis of that, if council were to increase the occupancy above 3, for instance, to 4 or 5, we'd have to like revisit that section to see whether that 4 would have to change to be consistent with the first part that caps it in the zone. But with the nonconformities, our thinking was that it would increase the amount potentially in certain units of how many people could be in there in each unit. But in looking at it further and discussing it further, those units are non-conforming, and we already have a definition in the code called expansion of a non-conforming use, which includes occupancy. So if someone were to go from what the occupancy is today and wanted to increase it to whatever the main occupancy is per unit for a conforming unit, it would trigger a non-conforming use review application. So that's something that we'd want to hear from council tonight about, is whether that's something that should be done or whether that should be capped or should be avoided. Because it could be avoided. There could be new language that's added that says that the non-conforming occupancy is what it is before this increase, and therefore they're not granted an increase to avoid the potential impacts of that. So it's something we would like to hear from council on.
Okay, well, I appreciate the call. Maybe I guess, so I can understand. Effectively, if we just increased occupancy to 5 across the city, it wouldn't just be this massive unregulated increase for the non-conforming properties or dwellings. Some would be capped based on the number of bedrooms. Others might be capped because of that transition that would trigger a use review. So there's clearly controls that would either slow, stymie, or outright limit that sort of unregulated just boost of occupancy that some are concerned may happen. So I just want to kind of make sure it's not that kind of tsunami. It might be a more gentle or intentional increase as a matter of speak because of those controls.
Yeah, our analysis is that, an increase for the whole city, it might still fall below what the nonconformity is. So they just carry on with their nonconformity, or it might be higher. But in the cases where it's higher, that's where it wouldn't be automatic.
Okay.
It would be they'd have to do a non-conforming use review.
Okay.
So that does lead us down a road of, do we want to start seeing landlords coming in with these non-conforming use reviews to increase occupancy? We may not, but that's so there could be a remedy for that, or we might just look at it on a case-by-case basis, just like we do other non-conforming use reviews.
I appreciate that. It actually helps answer that question a lot, Carl. Thank you.
Matt, do you mind? I'm going to jump ahead of Rachel, but can I colloquy on that?
Colloquy away.
Thank you. Well, thanks for starting that line of questions. That's where I was going to eventually go. How often do we see landlords coming in and filing a request for use review because they want to increase the occupancy in a non-conforming use property?
We don't normally see that because, right now, they wouldn't be able to ask for that. If the occupancy were to be increased and the code says this, they could ask for that. So we don't really see that. We usually see, what we normally see, particularly on the Hill, is a building that has non-conforming density that's way over the density, but they want to combine units, but not necessarily go down to maybe the 1 or 2 that is the conforming. They might lower it to 18 from 24. As long as you lower it and you don't make it more, you can do a non-conforming use review. But it's usually the occupancy limit stays static with it.
And how would you, if we relied on the use review, that landlords, if there were, let's say that there was a increase in occupancy authorized by council, and let's say the landlord would have some headroom there, but it would be required to go through use review. How would you let landlords, because we're talking about hundreds of properties, how would you let landlords know that in order to have 1 or 2 more people living in their property, they've got to go through use review? And then I'm going to ask you kind of a subjective question. Do you think they'll really do that? Or would they just rent out a few more?
Yeah. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I think just like we do today, like most of them know that their property is non-conforming, you know, so they'll come in for a non-conforming use review, but it hasn't really been linked to occupancy explicitly. So I think part of it's messaging, you know, as much as we can if it does change. You know, and then we'd have to look at them just like we do any other use review. Are they improving the appearance of the building? Are they demonstrating to us that they're not going to generate more parking? Because if they do, then if they increase impacts, usually the use review can't be approved.
Right. Okay. That's it for now.
Lauren, you're going to go a little further down?
Yeah, I'd like to qualify on this as well. So on the Hill, we have a lot of different kinds of nonconformities, and I just want to be sort of really clear about what we're talking about. So there are the kind of nonconformities where we have like an apartment building where an apartment building would no longer be allowed. And so there's 20 units, and in that case, the occupancy in those units currently is probably 3 or 4, and we're considering changing it to 4 or 5 per unit. But there's also houses that are just a single dwelling unit, but we have occupancy above what would be typically allowed in a dwelling unit. Can you kind of give us an idea of what kinds of buildings are those mostly right now? Do we have an idea? Like, is this mostly a single family home that has an occupancy of 12, or what kinds of, how did we get there in terms of those kinds of buildings?
Well, I mean, it's years and years of zoning changing that has created that condition. So it's all across the board. It's like you said, there's actual apartment buildings that you couldn't build today, and there's some that are single family homes that were built, you know, turn of the last century, that some were built with additional units, like almost like ADUs in them. Some were just regular but had more of an occupancy, and if there was an inspection done back in the 70s that said this is the occupancy and the rules changed, you can still have this. I think there's a number of different examples on the Hill.
And do you have, it just seems like there's so many different varieties that this specific rule change is certainly not going to affect all of them, especially when we're talking about occupancies above what is currently allowed in terms of occupancy in a single dwelling unit. Do you have any idea of how many units we might be talking about this affecting?
I mean, we were looking at a memo that went to council a couple years ago that talked about enforcement. I don't have it right in front of me right now, but I think it was like over, if I remember, it was like over 2,000 units potentially. I'd have to pull it up.
That are just occupancy related?
No, just the number of non-conforming units on the Hill.
Okay, but that would include the apartment buildings and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on.
I still got 2 more questions.
Okay, let's try to get through it.
And so one of the questions I have, and I know that Brad and Carl just got back to me a little bit today on this one, so I appreciate it. So I'll just tee it up for everybody else in that sense. Is really talking about that, you know, one of the things we're trying to focus on, instead of legislating legislating people, we would focus on legislating the impacts, right? So that's where we have, you know, thinking about trash, other things like that, parking. And so I wanted to get a sense of just, we keep coming back to parking on a bunch of different areas of late. And so, you know, whether it be different developments and parking minimums and or the spillover into neighborhoods, NPPs and that sort of thing, I just want to get a sense of where are we at in a place to start really tackling this head on, because it's important, I think, for a bunch of us that have been thinking about it. Where can we go with this, and is there sort of a sense of timing on how we can start tackling this, and where we can sink our teeth into parking, from development to neighborhoods to spillover and NPPs, you name it?
Yeah, happy to answer that. Brad Mueller with Planning and Development Services still. Chris Jones actually is here, yes, to speak to this a little bit too. But to the general question of parking, we've just very recently internally had discussions about that, very likely being a candidate for further study and maybe a work plan item. The city did undertake a review of zoning parking requirements 6 years ago, kind of ramped up, then stalled, ramped up, and stalled. But we probably are ripe for re-looking at those just across the board, and it would certainly make sense to start to look at some operational elements as well. I do want to take just a real quick moment to introduce you to Jen Ross, who's here as well. Jen is our new manager for code compliance. I know you all are familiar with the fact that code compliance, which is building life safety kind of things, sits within our department, code enforcement and police. So to your broader point, if I was following you, Councilman, is the broader question of enforcement as well. Here too, the city manager's office, Nuri, has really initiated a multi-pronged approach towards ramping that up, both with a focus on the Hill, but also citywide. And I know council is familiar with a number of those initiatives, so I won't go into detail about that, but suffice it to say that there's a multi-pronged and multi-year effort underway to increase both our capacity and our approach towards code enforcement and code compliance, and in fact, enforcement across the board. As a relatively newcomer to the city organization, others have made the observation to me that Boulder for years has been great at innovating things and innovating, and we've got a pretty big pile of innovation now, and we need to be able to make sure we're enforcing on all those things as well.
Thanks, Brad. You actually answered both my questions in one fell swoop, so thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I colloquy on that real quick? Sorry, Rachel. Okay. Brad. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. Are you saying that we are going to be working on enforcing our ordinances like noise, trash, and parking, or are you just referring to parking? Are you talking about working on a parking plan, neighborhood parking program, or do you not want to get so detailed and you're just saying we're thinking about parking?
To your first question, I was talking about a general increasing of the robustness of enforcement overall, and certainly I'll defer to Nuri to speak to that more if you like. As to parking specifically, I was talking about looking at the planning development code relative to parking, but recognizing this idea that's come up in the last 2 days of integrating some of that review with neighborhood parking planning. Very good and innovative idea, and I think there's a lot of possibility behind that, and Chris and I have had a very preliminary conversation about what that might look like. Did that answer your question? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Rachel, you've been the colloquies have gone away. It's all yours.
I'd be colloquying anyways on Matt's last point with my question. So I wonder if it is the moment to call Chris Jones up to the stand, because I have parking questions. You are the next contestant on City Council.
Showcase showdown.
So I know we looked at the neighborhood parking program thoroughly during my maybe a year and a half ago, 2.5 years ago. Previous council, I think, wrapped that up. And it does feel like it keeps coming up, and maybe we haven't quite gotten where we want to get to with that. And I remember like 5 years ago when I was out in the audience, Evan Ravitz said something like, people don't hate their neighbors, they hate their neighbors' cars. And I was like, right on. I think that is a lot of what people hate. So, and I got like roundly rejected when I asked, like, why can't just everybody have to have a parking, like 2 parking permits for house, and like sort of equitably spread that across the city so that it's not just the neighborhoods that are feeling impinged on. And I guess I just wonder, how big can we go, and what stops us from going there? And assuming that we, the program, not a quota-based system by any stretch, but like somewhat pays for itself by the, writing tickets, I assume would cover the cost of staff to do that. So what is holding us back from and I think the Aurora East neighborhood said it right, like we don't dislike our neighbors, it's the parking is the problem.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, Councilmember Friend, for the question. I'm Chris Jones, the Director of Community Vitality, and among our broad portfolio of things that we work on, we administer parking management strategies throughout the city, including the neighborhood parking permit program. And so, yes, as you recall, we've done a significant amount of work on that program over the years. The program in its beginning was really focused on a specific type of cars that we hate, and those are not even our neighbors' cars. Those are folks who are commuting in, visitors, hikers, folks who don't even belong in the neighborhood. And that's really what the program in its origination focused on. And so we are very open to exploring another NPP strategy that would be focusing on our neighbors' cars, but it's not the program that we have right now. So as Brad suggested, as we are looking at parking code changes for land uses throughout the city, we would want to work in tandem with the planning department, understanding the implications of those changes, especially if we're talking about eliminating parking minimums for new developments. How do we want to translate that into how are we going to manage vehicles that are going to have to find some place to park if they still exist? So really look forward to that conversation.
Oh, that's how exciting. And yeah, well, just one second. Like I also want to just make it clear, I'm not just talking about our neighbors' cars. It's also my own car, right? And if I've got kids, like I think it does fit with some TDM goals, right? Like if there's a way that the city's saying sort of, a household is going to have fewer cars total, then we've got fewer people ideally driving in the city, let alone coming into the city, because we're already kind of looking like that, if I'm hearing you correctly. We're looking at or have some strategies on that one, so it's more like
and one thing we'll want to be really careful about is the equity component to it, because this is not a problem that exists in all parts of the city in residential zones. It's primarily in areas that developed prior to the vehicle being a primary mode of transportation, and so it's not necessarily a blanket solution, and we need to be really thoughtful and careful on that equity approach.
Over to Aaron.
Well, just if you don't mind a linguistic tweak, you said people who don't belong in a neighborhood. And if we can just say that everyone is welcome in our city, right? But maybe people with no direct ties to the neighborhood.
That is very fair, yes.
Okay.
Or they would like the vehicle associated with that welcome visitor to maybe not necessarily be parked in front of their home.
Perhaps not, but everybody's welcome in our
Yes.
city, right? Okay. Lauren, I think you had a question.
This is for Carl. So at one point during the presentation, you talked about higher occupancy on the Hill, and that's related to those non-conforming use, the non-conforming occupancies, right?
Yes.
Because there are places where we have more dwelling units per acre than we have on the Hill. I'm thinking like TVAP 1 has to have significantly a higher number of dwelling units. So there's more intensity in other areas of the city, but there's just because of those non-conforming occupancies, higher occupancy there, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
So I will maybe read a little excerpt from this memo. It's a lot of numbers, but it says there, this was sent to council in 2021. There are a total of 1,253 properties identified in the city's rental license database as potentially having legal non-conforming occupancies. And it says the properties make up 5,307 dwelling units and over 1,000 rooming units. And then it says of these, 1,066 or 85% were properties listed as having non-conforming occupancy based upon a prior rezoning.
Okay, is that it?
Thank you for that. That's it.
I wonder if we can move to giving direction. And I'll just say, I'll put out there, we have talked about this issue a number of times at our retreat, at a previous study session. If we move forward with some changes, we'll have a public hearing, we'll talk about it again. So I wonder if we can do straw polls to give direction to staff on the next steps, rather than having a long discussion about it. Is that all right with folks? Mark, you available to appear for? There he is. Welcome back. So I guess I'll start. So if I can start with a threshold question, how many people would like to proceed with some form of occupancy change? Just hold your hand up.
I mean,
So I think I got 7. Okay. So if we're taking some form of occupancy change, earlier we put 4 or 5 on the table, so I'm just going to go in order. How many people would prefer a number of 4?
That's what the community wants.
Wait, Junie, you're giving fingers here. Can you explain what you're...
Yes, I wanted to add, based on exactly what Tara said, my understanding is that based on prior conversation, it was 4. So seeing in the memo that we've talked about 5 more often, and I was a little bit confused by that as well in that direction. So would that be a council executive order or decision as opposed to following the rule of community? Based on all the prior conversation and then feedback that we've gotten. Thank you.
So Junie, I believe I'll look to Carl here, but we had a study session on this some months ago where we said we had a menu of options of what to proceed with occupancy, and we left 2 options on the table, which was increase it to 4 or increase it to 5. Do I remember that correctly?
That's correct.
So Junie, we did at that study session say we either want to go with consider 4 or consider 5. So this is not, I think that was the basis for that.
Okay, well, thank you. I just felt that at the last council meeting, I did get a sense that more people were closer to 4 than 5, but yes, I completely understand that. I was just, yeah.
And I think we left that open last time, and so I think tonight is the time when we're giving direction about whether we would rather pursue 4 or pursue 5. So right now I'm asking how many people prefer 4, and then if that's a majority, that's a majority, and then I would say how many people prefer 5.
Could you clarify?
Yep.
I'm sorry. Could you clarify the question, Aaron,
Yep.
to say if we were to change occupancy, so we already had a vote on
Yep.
occupancy that prevailed, but now another question is, if we were to change occupancy, if there was a gun to our head and you had to pick 4 or 5 as opposed to 4 or 5 or status quo, because that was kind of implied the way the question was stated.
Yeah, good point. So let me rephrase then. Instead of a 4, let's say let's have a straw poll of whether people would prefer 4 or prefer 5.
If we must change.
We already said we're going to pursue something. So I'll ask for the choices of 4 or 5. So how many people would prefer 4 as the number to center on? I got 3 hands. And how many people would prefer 5? I got 5 hands. And Junie, 6. Okay. So there's more interest in 5 than in 4. So we got that direction. Do people want to make other comments or other thoughts?
Can I suggest 2 other straw polls just so we give staff some really good direction?
Sure.
I think we had a straw poll on this before, but I just want to maybe close the loop so staff has good direction. And I have 2 straw poll suggestions. The first one is there a majority on council who would favor a different, lower occupancy limit in areas near the university to be defined?
And we talked about that at the study session, but we can certainly straw poll it over again. So how many people would prefer a lower occupancy in areas near the hill? And I got 3 for that.
Okay, that's great. And then the other straw poll I'd like to suggest is would council like to instruct staff as they're preparing these materials for the August 17th public hearing to look into the possibility, and I don't know what the outcome would be, the possibility of maintaining the occupancy limits in areas where there are non-conforming uses, or for structures where there's non-conforming use, not areas, but structures.
Can you explain that suggestion
Sure.
a little bit more? Because it sounded like it was going to be maintained, but are you suggesting we take an action that sort of ensures that it is?
Yeah, I guess I'm struggling a little bit with whether it really would be. In other words, if the headline in the newspaper on August 18th is occupancy change to 5, I think it's probably a fair assumption that landlords, even those that have non-conforming use properties, many of which probably don't really realize they have non-conforming use properties, will assume that the number is 5, and they wouldn't do what Carl said they would have to do, which is file an expensive and lengthy use review process. And so I'm a little bit worried that we're going to be changing occupancy we're signaling to the community that we're changing occupancy on those things where occupancy actually is not allowed as a matter of law. And so I'd like to at least hear what staff has to say in their memo for August 17th about recommendations on how we would deal with that. I don't know the answers. It sounds like there's 3 or 4 different ways. I'm not even suggesting a straw poll on we're going to maintain the non-conforming use numbers. Maybe that's where council ends up, but it seems like it's really kind of confusing right now, and I'm sorry, I only brought it up today, so I really haven't given staff a fair shot at looking at that. So I'd just like to suggest to council that we at least have staff go through the process on non-conforming uses and then maybe even a recommendation to us. I'm just looking for really information more than just a decision on that one.
Yeah, sure.
And this is just a question for staff. Does that feel like something that can be done and kind of come back to us in August? And I think the other question I have is I expect that as a city we would do some education around the changes and what they mean for different property and things like that. So is this just something that would be part of our typical process of educating affected groups in the community about a policy change?
Yeah, it would. We would do that. And I think we could come back in August with specific language if there is a concern about that and maybe raising it as a key issue. You know, and I don't know that we have the nuance of how it would read, but I think the intent would be to avoid situations where non-conforming units where it might increase above what the non-conformity is, that gets locked in. So I think we could prepare language to that effect, and then in August, council could then decide whether they want to keep it or strike it, you know, something like that.
Tara, do you have something?
Yeah. Although I know that I'm in the minority, I'm just going to take a minute to ask the rest of council to reconsider anyway, even though I'm sure you might not, and that's fine. I'm just going to bring up a few things. First of all, you noticed in the packet that more people wanted 4 than 5. So I feel like for that reason, 4 is a compromise that most people would not be upset with, whereas 5 would get a lot of people more upset, especially in light of the fact that we did, vote bedrooms are for people lost. And I'm not saying that in a way that you don't know that. I'm just saying 4 just seems to me just a better compromise. That's first of all. Secondly, I know we said no to carve-outs. We voted no to carve-outs, but for the sake of the university neighborhoods, especially the Hill, which is one of the few affordable family neighborhoods left, there is a great incentive for families to move out because of noise, trash, parking, and also the cost of rent. And that was discussed in all the letters that we got, but I think it's really valid to consider. Even though a carve-out would be a lot of work for the city, it also would be a compromise that I think the university neighborhoods would appreciate. Then I'm going to talk about the last thing I want to say is when it comes to noise and trash and parking. First of all, noise and trash. I remember that when we passed that ordinance, we were going to wait a year and we were going to come back and we were going to say, hey, University Hill, is it working? Is it not working? So we don't even know. Actually, the feedback that I've gotten is people are calling the police about noise and trash, and I guess it's code enforcement in the police. There's now only 2 code enforcement police officers left because the rest quit. So we only have 2 code enforcement police officers for the entire city. So you can bet when people from the Hill call, they don't exactly say, we're coming right now, we're going to do something about that noise. They don't. People have to wait hours, if at. And sometimes I've heard police officers saying they just don't have time to deal with it because they're busy, with violent crimes, with more serious crimes. So, and the second thing is parking. I seriously hope that if this passes, that we do something about parking. I think it isn't fair to ask people with little kids or seniors to have to walk 2 blocks if they don't have a driveway with their groceries. Talk about equity. So I'm hoping that we can reconsider some of this and think about the community members that are really having a hard time and begging us to do something to help them. That's it.
Okay, thanks for that, Tara. We need, well, just to process things, you were asking for reconsideration. Those weren't formal.
I was making a speech.
Okay. I heard reconsider, but you're just making a speech.
In August.
Okay. Okay, fine. That's fine. I had Nicole and then Lauren.
Yeah, and thanks, Tara. I just wanted to respond to a couple of things there. That for the not wanting, the more people wanting 4 than 5, that came from the Be Heard Boulder survey. Is that right? And so the Be Heard Boulder survey, it was one method, but it wasn't statistically valid. So I don't think it's an accurate thing to say that more people wanted, in general, more people in our community wanted 4 than 5, because it wasn't a statistically valid survey. And just one thing that I think I mentioned this before, and I kind of hope that we can continue to avoid doing this, but just this implication that we're overturning the will of voters in looking at occupancy reform, because voters voted on a very specific implementation of occupancy reform, not the general question of whether we want it. And I think especially in this political context that feels a little bit dangerous and divisive, anything that kind of touches back on this idea of overturning the will of voters just feels a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, I definitely did not say overturning the will, but we got an awful lot of letters. You know, you read them, we all read them. And so I think people, feel a certain way. And well, I do understand that it's a visionary council. And so people see 5 as the vision. And I tend to be maybe less visionary and more like, but what about all the people that are, upset or complaining? So I understand the point of 5, but I also think that people do have that impression that, not that we're overturning the will, but they feel like their voices were heard in that vote. And I totally understand what you're saying. I am in no way saying we're trying to overturn the will of the people, no way. I'm just asking for us to consider how people feel as you read all the many letters.
Got it. I don't think you can call me visionary given the strength of these glasses. I'm just going to say. So earlier I asked if we could not have a big argument about the substance, and now we're getting right into the weeds, and we're having a debate now. And so if council wants, we can talk through all the particulars, but I'm trying to give more clear direction rather than do that. So I got a couple of hands raised. Maybe people can be concise with the next comments. I saw you first.
Great. I just didn't want to lose sight. I wanted the straw poll on Bob's. I'm going to vote with Bob on his straw poll, so I wanted to make sure that we get to that straw poll of asking staff to tee that up.
I'm sorry, Lauren was talking to me. What was that?
I would like to vote on Bob's straw poll.
We'll get there shortly, Lauren.
And I had a clarification on Bob's straw poll. So just because I couldn't tell if you said units or use, and so you're looking for staff to give some recommendations on non-conforming occupancy, right? Not non-conforming use.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that, Lauren. You're absolutely right. I'd like to give staff a little bit of time to come back and give us some recommendations as part of the overall package about how they would suggest we deal with non-conforming occupancy numbers, because we've got numbers that are all over the place. We're having this overlay, it sounds like a 5. How does that interplay with the occupancy? And I don't know the answer to that. I want to just give staff an opportunity to come back and tell us, here's a couple of options, or here's how we suggest doing it.
Can I ask a clarifier?
Yeah.
Timing. So if we were to just sort of give direction, hey, go forth, have at it, we've sort of set a timing on when you'd be coming back kind of in August on this frame. If we were to sort of embark on this straw poll to do added research and investigation to all the non-conforming that you come back to, would that thus delay when we ultimately get to vote on this total package?
So Carl can't quite kick me under the table because there's a wall there. But I think what we're expressing is it's a matter of just sorting out the current law and seeing how the 5, if it turns out to be 5, would apply to that. And I think it's a fairly straightforward answer we'd be able to bring forward to you in August, which may be as simple as a clarification, but may also be a recommendation to tweak the ordinance.
Thanks. I got Mark, and I'll call on myself, and then we'll move to that straw poll.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try to be very brief. One response to Nicole, I think that vote in 2021 was a fairly statistically valid survey of where people felt. And I don't think the methodology of how we were increasing occupancy had anything to do with it. And we ought to take note of that. To me, one of the requirements of good government is to govern with a sense of nuance rather than a one-size-fits-all approach, and to look at different cases differently. And that's really what we've been asked to do with respect to some of the university-adjacent neighborhoods. There are so many off-ramps here where we can craft reasonable compromises to address some of those concerns. Those concerns are real and they're impassioned, and I think we represent those people as well as the people who want to see greater occupancy. And you know, we did this with ADUs. We started small. We had a limited rollout of ADUs. We looked at it a couple of years later, and voila, there was no big deal. Okay, and so we're now rolling it out in greater quantity. The ability to do that is something that would really help us with the community and not create the kinds of hostility we're seeing with so many voters. You know, on this one, these people hate us. On some other issue, other people hate us, and it comes from being not responsive to as many needs as we can, and simply steamrolling those who are in the minority. So that's my view on this. I think we're missing an opportunity to craft something that would actually bring the community a little more together, as opposed to fracturing it and driving this neighborhood apart from that neighborhood. There are different needs in University Hill, different needs in Martin Acres, and it really would not be inappropriate for us to try to address some of that. Not all of it, but some of it. Give people a break.
I'm just going to colloquy in 1 second, I promise. Just 1 second. Even in my neighborhood, we could do 5 easily. I would say do 5 in my neighborhood, but please reconsider the university.
Okay. Well, thanks for the comments. I'm trying to get to Bob Estropol and Bob's suggestion here, so I'm just going to call on myself and say that the issue of the occupancy nonconforming seems complex enough that I'd be interested in hearing some more data. So I'll support the straw poll because it sounds like it's a fairly straightforward thing to suss out. So who is in favor of Bob's suggestion of looking into this more? And sorry, Junie, you had your hand raised. But if we,
I was trying to understand what the straw poll was about, but I think understanding it basically is just staff doing extra research to let us know what would be the impact of going to 5 on non-conforming properties.
Yes.
Or occupancy at this time.
That's
Thank
correct.
you.
Okay, so I caught up to your hand, so I'll do that again. I think, how many in favor of the straw poll of Bob's idea? I got unanimous on that. Okay, and then I'm going to come back to myself, and I apologize. I should have asked a question earlier on. In terms of all the definitions of occupancy in the 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 kind of a thing, it includes 2 single individuals and their children. But if you had like 2 couples or a couple and a single who each had kids, is that not included?
2 different couples, so 4 adults and
3 adults or 4 adults, but with 2 separate families.
Right now, one of the options is two unrelated and any of their children. It could be the children of one and the other, but it wouldn't necessarily allow 2 separate couples.
Okay.
In the current language.
So I apologize for the lateness of this. I know, having heard from EFA that families doubling up is one of the ways that people stay out of homelessness. Would people be interested in also looking at the possibility of 2 families as one of the options? And maybe I could just straw poll that if that's all right with folks. So, sorry, Tara was saying that could we look at the possibility of allowing for 2 families to live together as part of this change as well? So explore what that might look like when this comes back.
So you're suggesting changing that last option from 2 persons to 2 families in their
Correct.
children?
I think that's right. Yeah. So if that could be maybe one of the options that we look at, and this is just to look at it, and we could straw pull it, but yeah.
I mean, what would be different than just saying we're changing the occupancy limit to 5 plus dependents?
That would be, that would also do that, but that would be a larger change. So,
So I mean, it seems like the likelihood of 5 unrelated adults, each with their own children living in a home is probably not something that would happen very often. To me, it feels like a cleaner way to do that change is to just say 5+ dependents.
So maybe I could ask if we have a couple options come back, because I'm trying to keep us controlled here tonight. But Brad
Hi,
would like
this
to
is
say
Brad
something.
again. This question had come up fairly early on in the discussion. If I followed you, I may have missed your comment, Councilmember Spear. But if we get into a situation of changing either 4 or 5, regardless of which number we're talking about, unoccupied, and change that to families, that's a dramatic increase in terms of things, in terms of overall occupancy. I don't know if that's been on the table at any point leading up to this. And is well beyond the scope of what we've really examined at this point.
I had Junie, is that hand? Is that a fresh hand? Yeah. You're muted, Junie.
Thank you. I was trying to understand your definition of families, because I know that part of what we're trying to do here is not make the term family as constraining as well. So when I hear you saying, is it 1 or 2 families? And I just didn't get the math on that very well, and it was a bit confusing for me. And I'm wondering if that's taking us back to a more constraining definition as well.
So it would not be changing the definition of family at all. We have that very broad definition of family, and there would be no changes to that. Mark, is that a fresh hand? No. Okay. Yes, Rachel.
Well, when I had my hand up before, it was just for questions, and now it's feedback, and I was trying to get us back to Bob, so I think I'm not double dipping here. But my feedback would be, I think that it is asinine if we don't lean in quickly to the enforcement piece and the parking piece, and I'm pretty uncomfortable with like the complaints falling on deaf ears, and I think that there is, I think the reality is that when you have a family, often you can expect like parents to, keep kids quiet or whatever after a certain hour. And like, I've got 19 to 26-year-old kids, and they maybe don't do that without my nudging. So I think we can we can say there's a difference probably, and we can understand why neighbors are sometimes concerned when there are 3 versus 5 young people living there. And I think it's silly of us to not listen to that. And I do believe we want to pass this in a way that sticks and not have another council come in November and immediately undo what we've done. So part of that to me is the enforcement piece. And I'm unclear on how to effectively ensure that. It does seem like there's not a lot of trust from members of the city that we are going to enforce what the things that we have on the books in a couple different areas, and I think that's percolating up in a couple different areas to this council. So I don't know how we can quickly get to the next phase with enforcing the recent laws that we have passed as a result of the Hill Revitalization Work Group and the parking stuff. But I think that's critical, and it should be at around the same time that this comes into effect, because otherwise I think we are not being sensitive to everyone's right to have a peaceable place to live. And then I also wonder, we hear a lot about the affordability piece, and this is an out-of-turn question, I am sorry. But is there any hope that we're going to have like a rent control option coming down the pike that might address that, and that can come in as an overlay in a year or two with all of these bedrooms being rented out? Is there hope there?
Now we got the wrong Carl. We need Carl Castillo.
So I guess I'll just put that out there that, maybe not everything happens right at the same time on that, but our hands are a bit tied in terms of that piece of affordability, and I do hope that it comes into play and that it can be ideally somewhat retroactive to the steps that we're taking tonight, but I'm not sure.
So if I may, to the...
You may.
To the second question, we can certainly get back to you that I don't know what the timing of any possibility on anything related to rent control can be, but we can certainly go back. As always, Council, I want to be as candid as I can be about the request, and I cannot say that enforcement is going to be happening if you pass this and it moves forward in 2023, that we will be at a state that we can promise you that we will have the enforcement that you expect. The work that we are doing right now that started with the Hill Revitalization Group, and frankly, I think it benefits the entire city as we're moving forward. Part of that is to continue to look at what are the areas, and if you'll remember from it's been a while, but if you remember from our previous updates, we are both looking to update some ordinances, and we're hoping to come with that in the fall in Q3. We have also been looking at enforcement generally around the city and looking to align that better. And as we look for better alignment, because there are a variety of folks that do different kinds of enforcement across the city, and certainly we have been talking a lot with PNDS and with our police department as well. There will be some gaps. I do not believe we are sufficiently staffed up to do the kind of enforcement that community is expecting, and I think it is something that we need to really be thinking about. And before we put numbers and try to think about what that looks like, we need to study this really directly so that we can actually get the staffing that we need. And that will require us to both analyze it. It will require us to, which we are doing and we are hoping to do through the end of this year, which is what had been on our plan and what we had told council we would do. And then we will have to think about getting that approved through budget and hiring folks to move forward. So it is in the works, but it will not likely pass at the same time as you are intending occupancy limits to pass.
Okay. Oh my God, there's a mouse right under your feet, Nuria.
Right there.
I was gonna raise it. Did anybody see the mouse? It was down there. It is.
Does somebody want to use the gavel?
God.
No. No, we protect the mice.
My open toe shoes are fine.
No, it's not. It's not cute.
Look at Aaron taking pictures.
I gotta take a
am with
picture.
you. Mice are.
It's in the
It wasn't, it was just like
console.
Boy, they're getting worse right now.
Oh, I did see
We
that.
saw one the other day, too. Jesus Christ, is there somebody down there?
Just a pause.
Not okay. Not okay. Can we pause channel 8? This is humiliating.
This is gonna go viral.
Code enforcement at its best.
Can we pause?
I would like to say that this is the second time this week that Matt Benjamin has leapt into action to save a life. He also helped to evacuate some people from the creek. So anyone watching on live TV know this man's a hero. He's saving me and Elisha from this mouse too.
Right?
Junie Joseph, this is a good day to miss. I am appreciating your smile right now.
So as you roll it, he moves with you.
Oh, so close.
That mouse is pretty smart. Isn't it the jumping mouse? Isn't that
It is not. It is not a Prepples jumping mouse.
Oh, she was sitting right behind. Oh, she's the funniest.
There you go. Come right back, you guys.
Just a mouse, people.
All right, we missed him.
At least he didn't crawl up my pants.
He comes out. He's in the electrical hole.
That's okay. I still, you guys.
He's got that might be the last one.
He's probably
He's
aren't you guys
still,
ready to eat those Cheetos?
Where's he at? He went through the utility electrical.
Yeah,
Did he come back out?
Oh
yeah, I saw that too. That was bravery.
Yes, that was. Barehanded.
Best line of the night.
I go in for
Look at Nuri. Good job, team. Just a minute.
Shout out to Jen too, also doing heroic work.
Sorry about that, guy. Okay, everybody keep your feet.
Yeah, so. All right. No? Missed that.
I'll be ready.
I'm too short for that. I can't see the.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody.
I think that I had two things. The first was, did anybody see that mouse? And then everybody saw the mouse.
So I'm going to wager this will be the most highly watched council meeting ever.
I'm looking forward.
I did have a second thing. Can I just like pretend that didn't happen?
Got like 6 texts of everyone saying I'm like in stitches. So.
I've got one from your wife right now. So.
No,
okay.
I like my wife's got blackmail material at this point.
Okay, so
no, Jessica, Matt was doing great things. The rest of us did not. And Jen.
I missed my chance to gavel the mouse out of order. Out of order. So
I'm glad we just didn't use the gavel.
Right. So
I did have a real question.
Coming back to the item at hand.
Follow. If Nuria was done, Teresa has left the building. She's not even over there anymore. Teresa, welcome to the dais. My question is, would staff like to recommend maybe that we, don't throw stones at me, but that we maybe have our implementation date for this ordinance change pushed back by 2 months or something, if that would allow the enforcement piece to come into place at the same time?
I'll try to answer that, Councilmember Friend. I think the best answer is that the enforcement piece is not a discrete thing that's just going to happen on a specific date and cause a lot of change in behavior or action. It's a comprehensive plan that is involving ordinance changes that have already happened, some that are teed up. It's about staffing, it's about programming, it's about coordination throughout the city. I think we would highly advise that we move forward on the timeline that was envisioned by council because we really can't offer any concrete picture of what that enforcement piece would look like afterwards.
I'm struggling to pay attention because I'm just looking
Yeah,
down at the floor, but thank you for that answer. That was very helpful.
Okay, and then I'm going to try to wrap up. What I'll put out there is ask if there is some light touch way of allowing a couple of maybe it's just like instead of 2 persons, it's 3 or 4 persons and their children, without cracking something too wide open.
I think that would be a more straightforward change to kind of acknowledge the numbers going up. I think when you get to 2 families, it starts to get a little bit.
I understand, because you've got great grandparents and third cousins.
Yeah, it'd be good to hear from council if there is support for maybe changing number 4 to 3.
Yeah, or 4 potentially. So if I could just straw poll this, are people interested in broadening that 4 to allow for more people with kids? So item 4 says 2 persons and any of their children by blood, marriage, guardianship, including foster children or adoption, are allowed. And so the possibility of saying that could be 3 or 4 persons and their children, et cetera, to allow for 2 parents or 2 sets of parents and their kids to live together. And this is not a commitment, it's about something we could consider for the next round. And if there's not interest, there's not interest. But, yeah, Lauren.
I'd be interested in the way you first proposed it as 2 families, more so than 3 or 4 persons and their children.
Okay, I'd heard definitely negative feedback from Brad on that, but so I don't know. Junie, you held up a couple fingers. Did you want to? No? Okay. Nicole?
I like Lauren's version as well, and the first way you phrased it.
I guess I'll give us 3 alternatives here. No change, a change to 2 families, or a change to additional people, so 3 or 4 persons and their children. And I'm going to say I'm fine with either of the last 2. But so I'm going to go. Who would prefer to not change that section? I don't have any. Who'd prefer to go with 2 families? At least consider it. How about
we
this?
can consider more than one, right?
Okay,
Like-
how about this? How about, let's move the 2 options. Can we get both options? How about that? Because I'm seeing some interest in, so let's not make that decision tonight if we could get the couple options. Are people good with that? Yes? Okay. So we'll get a couple additional options there.
Easy technical change.
Okay. Great. That's it for, so Carl, so we've suggested a few changes and also some additional rodents. So, no, nothing about rodents. Good enough? Can we move on?
Yeah, ready to move on. So the next project is zoning for affordable housing. This was also initiated by council in 2022 at the retreat. So the purpose of this project was to evaluate the land use code with the intent of removing zoning barriers to more affordable units and more smaller, modest-sized units. So again, I'll try to move through some of these fairly quickly since we've talked about a lot of this. But what do we mean by affordable housing? We're really talking about 3 different types here. So we mean deed-restricted, permanently affordable housing. We also mean attainable housing, which is existing market rate housing that is affordable to folks at 30% of their income, or just modest-sized market rate housing, which is inherently more cheap than the larger units that we've been getting in the city. And what we talked about last time in depth is just that if zoning barriers or zoning restrictions can be loosened such that it can enable more units on a site means more deed restricted units, because we already have the 25% of the total units are going to be deed restricted. So by loosening up some of the restrictions, you can increase that number of deed restricted units. I won't go into a lot of depth about what we talked about last time at March 23rd study session, but City Council supported all the options moving forward. We did touch on option B, which related to allowing duplexes and triplexes in the low density residential zones. We did not recommend that at that time, but there was some sentiments on council that we look into that further. So we've done that. So I'll talk about that tonight. And then attachment E has all of the options that we presented to council last time. So just jumping into statistics real quick. So there's over 47,000 housing units in the city. 58% of the residential lots are only permitting single family dwellings at this time. That's 75% of the residential land area only permits single family dwellings. You've probably seen this statistic before, but there's a relatively even split between rentals and owner-occupied units in the city. But you can see that we have a relatively lower number of middle housing. It's at 9%. So obviously we've been looking at ways to try to get more middle housing, again, meaning duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes. So touching on the duplexes and triplexes discussion in the low density areas. Obviously, we've heard a lot of public comments on this. When we discussed this with council last time, the number that we put out before council was that we didn't really recommend it because there was only a yield of about 100 extra units. But that number really focused on the RR and RE zones that were the topics of large homes and lots. And most of those units, the one question that we posed to council back in 2018 was whether, what kind of things could we do without having to update the BVCP? And one of the things we found is that the RE zone actually is the same land use designation as RL, which is 2 to 6 dwelling units per acre. So because of the larger lot sizes in RE, there actually could be more units in that zone. So what we presented to council at that time was that if council agreed, we could have changed the zoning to allow 2 units per lot in that zone without having to change any of the land use designations. And that actually would bring the potential for over 700 units, additional units over time. So we just wanted to make that clear. That was something that council did not want to do back in 2018. So here we are. We've also looked at the low density residential zone, which based on the lot sizes in that zone, there's actually over 800 lots in that zone that could potentially be subdivided today and a new single-family detached unit added. The reasons why they haven't been subdivided, I think, range from either a property owner just has elected to not subdivide their property, or there might be some environmental constraints that make it harder to get another building site on that site. But what we are presenting to council tonight is based on the RE zone and the RL zone, there's well over 1,000 units that could be possible, like potentially over time, if we were to move forward with these changes. So we did want to get some feedback from council. What we're proposing is if we did move forward with this change, it would remove the prohibition of other housing types in the RE and RL zone, RL1 zone. And we could also apply the compatible development regulations to those. So the same, bulk parameters like solar access, wall articulation, setback and height restrictions, lot coverage, FAR would all apply to duplexes and triplexes the same way that they would apply to single family homes. So we'd like to get feedback from council on that option. Council had asked us last time to, in addition to the zones that we looked at, to look at additional high-density residential zones to see if there's some barriers to additional units that we could remove. So we have looked at all the high-density residential zones. So this shows a map of all the different zones in the city. I'll try to go over this as quickly as possible, but RH1 and RH2 are like the East Goss Grove and south of Arapahoe Goss Grove area near the university. They're two different zoning districts, but they have like pretty different zoning requirements. Their context and appearance is really close. So we just thought that there could be a simplification in the code by lumping them into the same intensity module, getting rid of the 27 dwelling units per acre proposal and get rid of the kind of unique ways that they dictate density, either by lot area by dwelling unit or open space by dwelling unit, and basically changing that to a 0.67 FAR is what we're proposing to keep the scale consistent with the character of that area, and then have a 40% lot open space per lot requirement, again, to keep that character intact. RH1, RH2, and RH3 also have this mechanism in the code where if there's any requests for additional units on a site by reducing open space, it automatically triggers planning board review. So we're proposing that we remove that from the code to encourage more units. And basically just making RH3, for instance, a base 30% open space requirement per lot, which is what's in there today. But the difference would be that there's 60% by right. And then to go to 30%, you have to get planning board approval. We'd be taking that part out. RH4 would be changing the 1,200 square foot of open space per dwelling unit to a site-wide FAR of 1.0. And a 30% open space on the lot requirement. RH5 is the proposal is a 1.5 FAR with a 15% open space requirement per lot, and also making it clear that any proposals to add generally a fourth or a fifth story above 45 feet would automatically go to the 20% open space requirement that we already have in the code for those taller buildings. And again, we're trying to show like a gradient of density that's generally consistent with the character that's in these areas. We've looked at a number of different projects in these zones, and some of them would be pretty consistent with these changes without the complexity that's currently in the code. Some of these would be a little more restrictive than we've seen, but we think that might make sense in terms of the size of buildings we've seen in some of these zones. And then lastly, we're also looking at changing the threshold in these zones to be instead of the 2-acre requirement or the 20-acre requirement, that if there's any projects that are 100% middle housing, that they would be exempt from site review. Again, they might ask for modifications or height modifications, and that would put them in site review. But this would encourage people to look at by right solutions to get middle housing without having to go through site review. So we wanted to get feedback from council on that. The other thing I was just going to mention here is that we did not decide to recommend any changes to RH6 or RH7, largely because RH6 is a very small area in Boulder Junction that's already built out with townhomes. And RH7 is a very small area that's in Alpine Balsam that's in the process of actually getting designed. We didn't want to throw in a last minute change to that, so that's why we didn't include that. So community engagement on these topics, we have heard from university adjacent neighborhoods and single family neighborhoods that are very concerned about the prospect of any duplexes or triplexes in those neighborhoods. We've seen that across the board. Plan Boulder expressed concerns about these changes and that they feel that the single family neighborhoods are going to be disproportionately impacted without getting actual affordability. They feel that deed restrictions should be part of this. Enforcement has not been effective, and we've heard quotes that the city can't build itself out of the housing crisis. We got interesting feedback from the community connectors and residents. There wasn't as much support for smaller, concentrated units. They were concerned that it might create future ghettos if there's a concentration of particularly low quality type housing, and that they felt that from a cultural perspective it may not be preferable to get more smaller units. So there was some resistance to that idea that we heard from their discussion. In talking to the community leaders, we've heard the concerns about adding duplexes and triplexes and that families are being driven out, and that there are a lot of concerns about parking impacts. When we shift to the Be Heard Boulder responses, we heard more feedback that was supportive of duplexes and triplexes. If you look in the packet in attachment C, it comes to about 60%. And then that's for adding housing in the commercial area. So in like RH zones and BC zones and BR zones. When we talk about the duplexes, triplexes, there's a little bit less support for that, but more than half. And it showed 45% against. There was more mixed when it came down to the parking requirements. Even the community connectors and residents was more dubious of lowering parking requirements for deed restricted affordable. They felt that that was not necessarily fair and that should be an amenity. So there was some concern expressed on parking on that front. So we went to Housing Advisory Board on March 22nd. HAB supported all the staff recommended options. They expressed some disappointment that we could not increase densities in the single family zones at this time, but they did show support that we should be looking at that in the future if there's going to be a BVCP update to kind of change the vision for certain areas to get different housing. They showed support for that. They felt that there should be more aggressive parking reduction changes than what we were proposing. When we talked to Planning Board on April 18th, most of the board supported the staff recommended options, including the parking changes. There were 3 board members that expressed support for allowing duplexes and triplexes in single family areas. There was 1 board member that felt that we didn't go far enough on that front. There were 2 board members that were more cautious of the changes, and they cited a number of different concerns, that there's no data supporting how these changes would help in commuters, that there should be, if there are any FAR increases, that should be tied to missing middle housing. There were concerns about increasing the number of renters in the community, the driving out of families, and that there should be a focus of the city to get more homeowners. There was a lot of concern about open space requirements being reduced. And then a lot of concern related to the duplexes and triplexes in single family neighborhoods, citing that, property owners bought their homes with the expectation that the character of their neighborhoods would not change. And this would be a substantial change to those neighborhoods. And that concludes this segment of the discussion.
I'm sorry, can I just interject something too, if I may piggyback on Carl's presentation, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I think because this was at the very beginning of the presentation and we've gone through a lot of detail, it might be useful to kind of scale back again to why we're here. And I'll remind you that this initiative that was undertaken at Council's direction was zoning for affordability, and really that's translated, as you've seen tonight, to zoning for higher density. As I expressed earlier, reasonable people can debate about that relationship between affordability and density. But I do want to just highlight the fact that what we have taken is an example from a couple years ago in Diagonal Plaza and tried to pull out simple, quote unquote, simple, at least in our world, tweaks that could be made to the zoning code that would achieve council's goals in that regard. These are admittedly modest and incremental goals, and by design they're not so broad that they would have a dramatic impact either on neighboring uses or on the properties themselves. And that's because we really undertook a process of more informing folks or anticipating informing folks rather than a broad engagement that a wholesale set of zoning changes would need to take that would probably need to also be accompanied by comprehensive plan kind of discussions as well. So I just wanted to bring us back to that initial direction from council in your retreat and setting this as a priority. So thank you.
Okay, very good, Brett. I'd like to break this into two chunks if I could, which is about the high density residential zone measurement changes and then the duplex triplex things. So if we could do the high density residential ones first. So I wanted to, maybe we can take this first and then look at the duplex triplex. Do people have any questions about these RH zone changes? Yeah, I got Tara and then Bob.
Carl, can you go over one more time how the community connectors felt about these changes? I just wanted to really understand it.
I don't know that they spoke specifically to each of the zones. I think there was just a concern about moving in the direction of cramming units in a way that's not done well. They said they didn't support. We were trying to represent it like affordable housing, but they didn't want cheap housing, and there was a strong reaction to that. So as long as it's done well, I think maybe there might have been more support. But I think I sensed that a lot of them, wanted people to have the American dream, and that they felt like they were excluded from that historically. And
Brenda, do you want to weigh in?
Coming to support, yeah. So
and if you could identify yourself.
Brenda Rittenauer, Community Engagement Manager. I worked with Carl on community engagement for this project. So I was sitting by his side for many of these conversations. He's doing a great job representing. I just also wanted to make sure we got in a point that we heard very vehemently and eloquently about how families like to gather, and it being sort of specific to ethnic and racial cultures, that they gather in large groups and families. So they want to bring their elders together, they want to bring their blood and adopted families together on a regular basis to spend time, and they can't do that in small dwellings. And he really spoke about how it seeds mental health issues to not be able to do that. And so while there is more opportunity for housing that can be afforded by different types of people, it's not the kind of housing that they want to live in.
Just a follow-up question. Part of the kind of magic that I see potentially in duplexes is that, like, my parents or kids could live on one side and I could live on the other. Was that discussed at all?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Brenda.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get your question answered?
And also, did you want to talk about the parking element of what they discussed, or do you want to do that in the next section?
No, I think it's appropriate to say it now. I think we've heard nationally and in a lot of analogs that there's a push to reduce parking, especially for affordable units. But I think they reacted to, what if that means I don't have any parking, or why do I not get a parking space? And I think there was a concern about that concept, that parking, already smaller units may not have as many amenities, and you're not going to have parking with that too. Like, that could be concerning, and that there could be some impacts from not having enough parking.
But follow-up question, these changes aren't proposing reduced parking for affordable units or anything like that?
No, we had recommended against that when we talked about it in March, and council didn't advise us to move in that direction.
Thanks. Did you have anything else? Yep. Bob and then Mark.
Mine was actually at RL. So
Okay, come back to, yeah, do an RH first. Mark? You mute?
Sorry about that. Just a question. Can you define, you use the term middle housing in the staff materials. Can you define what middle housing consists? That's different from middle income housing?
Yeah, it's basically, there's a graphic I wish I could pull up at the moment, but it basically shows different housing types ranging from a single family house up to a multi-story building. And I think throughout the country, we have a prevalence of single family homes, and we also are now seeing a prevalence of attached stacked apartment buildings and condos, multi-level buildings. We're not getting so much of what's in between, which is duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, and townhomes or row homes. We did get those, very far in the past, but I think a lot of American communities are having trouble encouraging that housing type. So I think looking at creative ways of trying to get more of that, and it tends to be more smaller sized units, kind of done at a scale that may be more appropriate for single family areas. So that's why it's been looked at as a solution to, some of the housing crisis issues.
But it's based on typology rather than price.
Yeah, it's typology.
So would you actually include a $1.9 million townhouse on Pearl as middle housing? I mean, we've got a lot of that, and that's actually not a very high number for some of the townhomes we've seen. Would those be considered middle housing?
I mean, technically, like as a housing type, it is considered middle housing.
Well, no, it has nothing to do with price, right?
Right.
It's just about the housing typology.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm simply saying it's a kind of a loose definition and a little bit misleading. People think of middle housing as kind of middle income housing, and this is the furthest thing from that in a lot of situations, not all. So, all right.
Yeah,
thank
there
you.
was a website, I think it's missingmiddlehousing.com or something. It has a really good graphic that illustrates what I was describing.
Okay.
Rachel, and then Lauren.
Just one question on, and you may have defined this earlier, I'm sorry, but when you say community leaders feedback, who are community leaders?
Community leaders is just a variation of either neighborhood representatives or organizations related to a lot of suggested organizations that were suggested by council members to reach out to. There were groups that didn't fit into the just university or just single family, but it was a number of different organizations that we reached out to and just to have a conversation.
Okay, because some organizations got identified, but then there were just some that are grouped in under community leaders. Yeah. And I just also wanted to say, this is a hard topic, and occupancy, and I think that you are getting the lion's share of email and feedback on it. So I just, this isn't a question. I just want to say thank you for standing into that line of fire for us. I know that you're doing what we have asked you to do, and it's not like you're going rogue or something. So I would also just remind the community when this comes up in August again, and between now and then, if you want to email, Carl's probably not the guy that you want to be attacking. It's Matt Benjamin.
Well, I'll note that in addition to angry community groups and upset emails, Carl also has to deal with attack mice.
That's right. I'll just say,
Very overwhelming.
Myself and maybe my colleagues will always take the ire of the community versus it going to staff.
Yeah, for sure.
So that is an absolute. So,
okay. Lauren?
Thank you. I had a question. So in the BRC 9-8-2, we have a table 8.2 that is about FAR additions. And in that, almost all of our current zones have exemptions for underground area and parking area. Do we anticipate that these zones that we're talking about would be included, or would also be included in that table and have those kinds of exemptions?
It'd be great to get feedback on that, but I think we are thinking of adding some columns and putting, parking as not counted. But yeah, some feedback on that would be helpful.
I would support it as being treated the same as our other zones and having those exclusions.
Quick straw poll. But Lauren, you might need to articulate it.
Okay, so in other zones where we decide, the restriction for building size is based on floor area ratio, there is a table in our code that lists exemptions that don't count towards the floor area ratio. Those pretty much across all of our current zoning districts in that table include an exemption for areas that are underground and parking areas.
Underground?
I believe it's just parking.
It's enclosed parking areas. So the thinking behind it is that if you don't penalize a designer of a building or developer, it encourages them to enclose the parking so it's not visible on the site. It can at times can add to the mass, but it's preferred that the parking be within the building rather than in front of the building or visible.
Without those exemptions, some of these changes could be considered fairly considerable down zones and would actually potentially reduce the buildable area on these lots rather than allowing it to be the same as what is currently allowed.
So you're saying these zones would need to be added into those that allow for those exemptions?
Yeah, basically that would be true of, with the floor area numbers that we're looking at for the majority, for basically all of the zones that we're talking about both tonight and that we've talked about in previous meetings. If those exemptions aren't maintained, the FAR numbers that we're talking about could be down zones.
Got it. So the suggestion is to add these additional zones to the ones that would be allowed these exemptions. Is that good enough for people to consider?
And I might add that in the thinking of this, RH1 and RH2, our thinking is a little bit different just because the context of the Goss Grove area is different than some of the other areas. So I think my thinking was that we would include the parking in the FAR in that area, but not in the other RH zones. Most of the projects that I looked at would fit within that, but I think in that area it's particularly important to make sure the scale fits, with the existing neighborhood character.
Because that area is in a significant flood zone, you would be challenged to do either underground or have enough residential space to wrap any parking area on the first floor without having significant flood issues.
So perhaps we could straw poll moving forward with adding exemptions, but with careful analysis on a per zone basis and bring us back a recommendation. All in favor? I got it. See, you all are chattering over there. Okay, I think that's everybody. So, Carl, we got some direction there, Carl.
Thank you.
And if we're done with questions on these, we can go to comments. I'll just throw out that I asked for some of this, and I really appreciate how you've carried this out. This was exactly the kind of thoughtful, zone-specific kind of suggested change that I was hoping for. So I think you did an amazing job here. Really grateful, and I think this is a good way of moving forward. Anybody want to disagree? Okay, then I'll just do a straw poll. Are people generally in favor of these RH zone changes? We do a straw poll. Throw up a hand. I got 9. Got 9. Okay, great. So what may be a slightly broader discussion on duplexes and triplexes in RRRE and RL, and start with clarifying questions. Bob, I got one.
Yeah, just clarifying question. Carl, thanks for the calculation on the potential for 1,000 units over time. Just roughly, I don't know, you probably don't know this precisely, but roughly of these 1,000 potentially new units, how many of them could be added to vacant lots? In other words, how many of these are just lots that you say, oh, geez, there's a vacant lot there, a duplex or triplex could go in there, there's 2 or 3 new units, versus places where houses are already built, already exist right now, and to convert them to a duplex or triplex would either require a substantial modification to the structure or actually a tear down and a rebuild?
My guess is that it's not vacant lots. We also have provisions of like vacant lots if they're substandard in size. The code actually says that it joins the neighboring lot if it's the same ownership. So I think it's lots that have houses on them. So the guess is that, you know, some of these might be environmentally constrained with slope, and that might be the reason why they have not subdivided. So for instance, if you have a lot that's double the lot size and there's like slope in the back because you can't get another building site, if these changes were to move forward, it would enable that house to be modified to become a duplex, or they might rebuild it as a duplex. So you could get a housing unit there that you wouldn't otherwise have gotten because of the constraints.
So vast majority, nearly all would be conversions of existing structure or replacement of existing structures, as opposed to just people putting duplexes on vacant lots.
Right.
With a few exceptions.
Yeah.
And second of my 2 questions is, we already allow this in a lot of, we're just expanding what's an existing rule into the RH and RLs and REs, is that right?
Right now, in the RE and RL1 zone, it's only single family that are allowed. RL2 does permit townhomes and attached. So that's the outlier. This change would kind of bring those in line with RL2.
Well, I wasn't so much focused on the RRs, REs, and RLs with whatever numbers attached to them, but all other zoning districts. I mean, if the lot size is big enough, are duplexes allowed in some of the other zoning districts?
Yes.
And how many of those do we see a year? I mean, is this like 5 a year, 50 a year? Just give me an order of magnitude.
Of duplexes?
Yeah, duplexes, triplexes, where people are either building a brand new one, or they're taking an existing structure and converting it to a duplex, triplex.
I don't know that I have a definitive number of that, but I mean, I look at building permits and we do see duplexes and triplexes. I can think of one, you know, in Whittier area.
I'm just asking for a number of digits. I'm not asking for, like, is it single digits, double digits, hundreds? Like, you know, this is per year.
I would say double digits.
Double digits. Okay, thanks. That's all I was looking for.
So I'm going to call myself with a question on the, did I understand that this would be based on lot size where this would be allowed? And would it be the same minimum lot size in all of these zones? Is that what you're proposing?
Yeah, I think the proposal is to keep the same minimum lot size, but it would just be changing, it would basically be removing the prohibition on duplexes and triplexes, but you would have to have a certain land area, the same as the current regulations. So, for instance, in RL, it's a 7,000 square foot per lot per unit requirement. So, if there's a lot that today has 14,000 square feet, they could legally subdivide and add a new single family house. The change that's proposed here would be that in lieu of that, you don't have to subdivide. You could just convert that house to a duplex or build a duplex.
Okay, got it. So in other words, this 7,000 square foot per unit would still apply.
It would still apply.
Right, but you would have duplexes as an allowed use, but you would only be able to do one if your lot size were 14,000 square feet or greater. And what is it in the RR and RE for the?
Yeah, the RR zone actually has a minimum lot size of 30,000 square feet. So to do a duplex, you'd have to have 60,000 square feet.
And I was thinking about the lot area per dwelling unit. Lauren, can I show this? Lauren has this amazing spreadsheet. You got to check this out. This is a high level of land use nerdery over here. So she was able to give me the answer pretty quickly here. Okay, so so it would be in kind of limited circumstances on larger lots, and
yeah, I mean, when we looked at the RR zones, I probably have the numbers here somewhere, but it was like double digits how many could be added in the RR zones.
Mm-hmm.
I think, it's not even that. It would be like less than 20 in like RR.
And I guess then that leads me to not a technical question, but a messaging question about like if we say, okay, if the code changes allow duplexes in RR, of what, there's certain land area in that, but the number of places you could actually do one is like 7. How do we kind of message that? Because sometimes people in the community get sensitive about these things. And I don't know, how would we maybe message that? I don't know if that's a good question for you or for Brenda or something.
I mean, we would use all the same channels that we use now to get the word out as we move forward with the ordinance. And if people have questions, we help them with that. We do the office hours if they want to come in. We update our website.
It's kind of a silly question. So yeah, point taken. We would try to communicate it to people like we always do. Okay, Thank you for that. It's getting late. Any other questions? Yeah, Rachel.
Just a colloquy on that. Was that the same in the 2018 proposal that you had the 60,000 minimum for whatever?
Yeah.
RR.
Yeah, for if you wanted to do a duplex.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
The point that I've been trying to make is like with RE. The thing about RR is it has a land use designation of no more than 2 dwelling units per acre. RE and RL allow up to 6 dwelling units per acre. It's just that the way RE has been developed, it has a minimum lot size of 15,000 square feet. So if we were to move forward with this change, if the council wanted it to move in this direction, is that the potential in RE would be pretty substantial. So that's the zone where you could get over 700 units potentially over time. Again, not, people could convert.
Because they have a number of lots of 30,000 square feet or more.
Well, in RE, it's like if you had 15,000 square feet, you could do a duplex.
Well, but they have a minimum lot area per dwelling unit of 15,000. So wouldn't you need 30,000?
But what I'm saying is that the land use we're trying to propose things that are consistent with the land use designation and the BVCP. So because RE has the same land use designation as RL, you could actually technically change the zoning to enable 2 units on a 15,000 square foot lot.
Right. Well, I guess I misunderstood the answer to my earlier question, because I had thought that you were talking about like making duplexes an allowed use, but that it would still be subject to the same minimum lot area per dwelling unit as it is currently. Is that not what you're saying?
For RL and RR, but RE is where there's that potential where we could change that in the zoning code without doing a land use change.
Right, but so the question is, in RE, are you thinking about changing the minimum lot area per dwelling unit then?
Yeah.
Got it. So then it would be 15,000 square feet would be the...
For 2 units. Or it could be like you have to have 3,500 square feet per unit.
So I guess I haven't seen any other questions. Okay, we got another question. I'll follow up on this in a comment.
We had this really interesting email from somebody in the community who strongly supports duplexes, but said that he has one suggestion that might assuage many of the concerns of the residents. Require that one of the units be occupied by the authentic owner of any property converted from single to multifamily housing. This requirement could sunset after 5 years or 10 of occupation of that property. The purpose is to prevent real estate speculation of well-funded corporate real estate funds who would otherwise swoop up properties and build rental properties of low quality. So my question is, I do have a question. Yeah, it's true.
I saw it coming.
Yeah. Is there, some of the community members in their letters said that they were concerned that duplexes would not be affordable. So, of course, they would be more affordable than single-family homes. But let's say in one of the expensive neighborhoods by Chautauqua, maybe they'd be 1.5 to 2 million for just a duplex, right? So is there any guardrails we can have on the duplex situation where we could make sure maybe that they're owner occupied and then Rachel could have her parents live next door and live happily ever after? Rachel, do you have any colloquies to that? Because it was really kind of her idea.
It's true. I did suggest this to Tara prior to that email coming in from a community member. So if this is a question, I don't know how to colloquy a question on that. But I guess, yeah, would staff consider that a feasible route for us to look at? Yeah, that's the question. And I don't know that it's specific to the RRRE and RL conversation, though, because I think that one maybe gets to move forward and then separately as we look at perhaps a broader swath.
I think when we get into like requirements about owner occupancy or deed restriction, it gets really complex. So there would have to be a review process for that. So then we're starting to go down the road of it. It's not really, incentivizing it. And it also adds to kind of the number of applications that we have to review, and they have to be like monitored over time. So it's not something that we would, I think, recommend. And I don't think it's something that would be easily figured out in the timeline of this project.
Do you know if that's something that other cities do?
I've never heard of that
And I'm not saying that this is a good idea necessarily, but could you say, rather than say it must be owner occupied, could you say that you wouldn't grant a rental license in a newly constructed duplex unless the other unit was owner occupied?
Yeah, I don't know that I know the answer to that. I mean, it sounds like there's some legal implications of that, or I don't know, fair housing, or
yeah.
You can actually speak to that a tiny bit.
Oh.
It strikes me that is fairly similar to what we do already right now with ADUs, which are functionally a second unit. So the two of us think it's possible, but we can look into it.
It is, you'd have to do.
Please step up to the mic and identify yourself.
Jen Ross,
Yep.
Code Compliance, Division Manager now. It used to be Specialist, but now
Congrats on that.
so we already do that with the ADUs. We require one unit to be owner occupied at any time. It doesn't have to be the main unit. It can be the ADU. But it has to meet principal residency requirements for one of those units for a year. It also can't be a rental in and of itself. You can rent one part of the property, but not the owner occupied unit. And then the way that we have that written in the code is that it has to be owner occupied, and then we follow that up with a DOU, which is a declaration of use at the time of granting the ADU to the property, and then that declaration of use just continues on with the property. It used to be that it was specific to the owner and they had to transfer that over, but now the DOU just continues on. So
It's good to have an expert in the house. Thanks for that. Yep.
Add one more thing to that, which is I don't know that it's only helpful at preventing it from becoming a rental, but I think it also may help the situation where you've got developers coming in and buying up properties, which is another concern that people have, and then flipping them. Like if you are redeveloping your own property to live in half of it, chances are it's going to be more middle income to Mark Wallach's or probably a less fancy unit perhaps. Like if I personally were doing it, I don't have $6 million to redevelop two halves of an ADU the way a developer might. So I think it could also drive costs down.
Interesting. I've had Mark for a little while, and then Mark, you got?
Yeah, have we, again, the goal is affordability. Have we done much analysis as to what a duplex or even a triplex will look like in terms of cost to a buyer? And Lauren may have better information than I do in terms of current, hard construction costs, but I know BHP does it at, uses $400 plus per square foot. And if you're buying a house for $1.2 million, $1.4 million, and you're, creating a duplex of two 1,500 or 1,700 square foot units, I mean, you're not getting anything that's going to be less than, $1.3, $4, $5 million. I'm not quite sure what advantage we're getting unless we have some sort of requirement for affordability, or we're doing what accommodating Rachel and her family, which I think is a different circumstance. But have we done any analysis as what kind of product are we going to get here? We're certainly not going to get $650,000 duplexes.
We don't have that analysis. All we have is that, you know, like was stated before, like typically a duplex is going to be smaller in size comparatively to a single family home, and that extent more affordable, but it doesn't mean we're not going to get, you know, very expensive duplexes.
Yeah, again, you know, my cursory look at it is you're going to get $1,000 per square foot properties, which is like condos. And I that's fine. It's a product type, but I don't know that we're achieving the basic objective. And it would be nice if somebody could look at it and say, that I'm wrong, and that, yeah, no, we're going to get really affordable $700,000, $800,000, even $900,000 duplexes. I see no indication that that's going to be the case. Not at the numbers we're looking at. And again, I would defer to Lauren if she's got a different sense of, you know, what the numbers are for hard cost of construction and soft costs and fees. And by the time you're done, you might even want to make a little money. You know, if you're a developer, it gets to be a pretty expensive duplex.
Can I colloquy on this? Or is that on a question? So I get, you know, largely where we're talking about duplexes with the exemption of the RE zone, these are all lots that could be subdivided. So I think that the like developer risk of creating a lot of duplexes is not very common. In my experience, these larger lots typically have a premium associated with them just because there aren't that many large lots in Boulder. And I think that because they could currently be subdivided and have 2 units, and they haven't been, there's reasons for that. The people who own them don't want to do that. They're not in locations that make sense for that. I think that that changing it to allow duplexes or triplexes is beneficial in that if the economy changes and it makes sense to develop these as duplexes, you won't have people, because typically the house is going to be sort of in the middle of the lot, and you won't have people tearing down the existing house and subdividing the property to do 2 new houses. You know, there's actually it allows a little bit more flexibility, but I would say that I don't see this having a really strong uptake very quickly because of some of the other market factors at play. That might be a little bit different in RE because we would be changing what the minimum lot size requirement is. But I still don't anticipate that it would be probably a large shift. I would be interested in seeing us as part of a future work program or work effort, look at if there are ways that we can flexibly do duplexes or triplexes in other areas of town, not just on these very large lots. But I don't know that that fits in with our timeline or what we're looking at right now. But that is something I would be interested in exploring, having staff, seeing what staff would come up with in exploring that more.
Okay, thanks. And I think we're in questions right now.
Sorry.
So I got Lauren and then Matt. Lauren, Nicole, and then Matt.
Oh, she looked at you.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah, just in this question around kind of affordability, you had linked a handful of really interesting research articles in the memo. And looking at those, and I just want to check my understanding of this. What I was kind of getting from the research papers was that adding more homes is never going to meet the needs of the lowest income members of our community, and basically suggesting it would be foolish for us to think that it will. So as I read the papers, it's more we're working on creating more affordability for 20, 30 years from now with some of these zoning changes. And that if we're interested in affordability for now, we need to look at something like a different mechanism, because that's not what this is targeted to do. This is for future affordability, not necessarily for right now. And so my question is, did I interpret that correctly from kind of those papers that you had linked?
Yeah, that was what I derived from some of the studies, that just adding to supply over time, it's not going to be immediate, but the more options that there are, that will affect price over time. Yes.
Matt?
My question is, it's probably intentional, but it seems like the comp plan is what is holding us back from meeting the needs of our community. So my question centers around, can't we get ahead of the comp plan in some ways where we can move the needle and then let the comp plan catch up to us? I know it's a guiding document, but is it centered in absolute concrete? And so I'm kind of curious about, is there flexibility where we know where we're headed and we can just start marching there, knowing where we're headed with the comp plan conversation, where we want to take our community? And so I'm just worried about this sort of like, we're held up, we have to do it, and then we launch forward and we're just missing time to make the changes that the community is craving. So, because some of this just seems like we're held up by the comp plan, and I'm wondering, how do we move?
Do you want me
Sure.
to take? Okay. I think it's important to recognize that the comprehensive plan is so named because it does tie pieces together that are integral. And when we look at just one element like density without respect to service delivery, infrastructure delivery, those types of things, then we start to get out ahead of ourselves. And so I think we've been very careful in making sure that the types of things we're bringing forward under the current known circumstances that were defined under the latest update to the comprehensive plan are doable and within the span of that. So I don't know that I would agree quite with the characterization that the comprehensive plan is holding us back so much as it is the vision that it's intended to be moving forward. But that vision is comprehensive in doing analysis of things like sewer and stormwater and school and fire capacity and all the things that we look at. So I don't know if that helps kind of frame the issue a little bit differently.
I say it, and it's maybe partially rhetorical, I guess. It's just because, something like just saying, let's just allow duplexes on corner lots, can't even make the initial step, right? And that's the thing is, we can't, the increment ability to do that is sort of almost dead on arrival because of the nature of the comp plan. So I guess what I'm trying to get to is, I like what this is headed, and the question is, this is a good phase one, but can we start to define what phase two is, and building to that? And I guess there just seems to be something left here that is, and it kind of goes to Lauren's point of there's a satiation for the next, and there's this is good, but it still feels inadequate to the goals that we set up at our retreat. And so how do we fulfill that?
Yeah. I do want to assure council that through all of these conversations, we put these in a box, so to speak, recognizing that this is the next generation of discussion. We are working with the admittedly limited scope that was defined and doable with what we have. But that certainly doesn't preclude the reality that we're thinking about these things and teeing them up as expectations for how we lead into, say, the next comprehensive plan update. And I don't know, did we give you the memo on that time frame yet? I know we've got that coming out very soon.
But before you answer that question, sorry to interrupt, but I haven't been doing timing checks because we just got to get through this tonight, but we do need a motion to continue the meeting at all.
I make a motion to continue.
Second.
My positive votes can be contingent upon us focusing on the task at hand, because we're getting a little bit off point here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, but Lauren brought up a point, and I'm like, I want something substantive versus this potential. And it's it's good work. It's where we head. I'd love to hang my hat on something than potential.
Point taken. We got a motion.
Can I colloquy his potential with further potential?
No, I got a motion on the table. No, there's potential. All in favor of continuing the meeting, raise your hand. All right, I got I got 9. Continue.
Yeah. So all that to say is, please be assured that this isn't falling on deaf ears. We're trying to frame those things for future discussions and future capacity and future analysis.
Okay.
Can I call
So-
please? It's just 1 second.
Yeah.
So within the future talks that we do have, what do you think about decreasing the lot size, let's say, to in the RL1, for example, to 6,000, so that I just think a lot of people like the single family zone look. So maybe if we decrease the lot sizes, we can get more houses into those. You know what I'm saying? Colloquy for me.
Well, I would just say that might be possible, but it isn't what's on the table in front of us. I let Matt get a little bit of field, and now we continue to go afield.
Those are the types of things we're bringing for consideration too.
That's for our next board plan. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for that. So if we can move to discussion now, if we could, about whether people are interested in pursuing this change about allowing duplexes and triplexes in some of these zones on larger lots. But, yeah, Matt. Yeah.
I appreciate the work staff's doing on this, and you heard us, and you started to work, and you've come up against time and other, really legal constraints and procedural ones. I think you're hearing there's a clamoring for more, and not just a little bit. And so you said you said that it's been heard, and I think just putting it out in the ether. I like where this is at, but really need to think next steps, bold next steps, and hopefully that really sets up really big visioning for what we can do in the comp plan as that ball starts to roll. So I know that's going to be what it unfurls the bottleneck here. So, but thank you guys for the great work.
So was that a yes on what's in front of us tonight? Yep. Okay. Yep. Rachel, then Nicole.
Couple things. I really feel the love for my parents all night. There's been a lot of references to Ruth and George. I am not actually eligible for duplexing under the current plan, for the record, but yes, I support. I want to just reiterate, just part of why I support duplexing and triplexing, not just here, but in general. I think it is awesome potential for flexibility for multi-generational living, which is, I am at that age where I guess I'm in that sandwich situation where both my parents and my kids, I would like to have closer and be able to, I guess, pool resources with. I also have heard from people who have kids with developmental disabilities and caretakers that it would be awesome to be able to build a unit where their kid could live on one side and with the caretaker, and they can live on the other. So I know there's fear about it, but the situation that I really like, and I would be fine with us focusing and homing in on a situation where it's not for developers, but it really is for two couples who are friends who want to be able to live in Boulder in their own space, would make something into a duplex. The other thing that I just want to reiterate is that a lot of houses, including a lot in my neighborhood, are at the end of their useful lifespan, and they are going to turn over. And I think the question is not, do we want duplexes in general? It's when those houses do turn over. Do we want a single family home there, or do we want something that is going to, Nicole's point, be more affordable 30 years from now? And I'm an enthusiastic yes on building in future affordability that we failed to do 50 years ago, and not letting more time pass before we get to that. And yes, it might be $1 million, but it's not a 2.5 million. That's still better.
Nicole and Lauren.
I'm just going to say yes and amen to what Rachel just said. And I just also wanted to take this opportunity to just thank you, Carl and Brenda, for the engagement. I had asked to, get some feedback from renters, students, people who struggle with housing costs, and you really hit it out of the park and got us some really valuable feedback that I'm going to be carrying forward as we continue these discussions. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And also just want to echo Rachel on Carl, I'm sorry that you've been taking the brunt of this. We gave you a hot potato. It's not your fault you have it. But thank you for doing that. And please, community, get mad at us.
let's qualify. Let's qualify. If you're going to get mad at us, but it's not necessarily required. Lauren.
Thank you. And by this point, you're probably regretting that you brought this option forward to us. Just kidding. But no, I do appreciate it. I think what Rachel said is really true, that we are going to see a lot of turnover in, certain kinds of housing around town. And the question is not if it's going to be replaced, but what it's going to be replaced with. And it's not just that it would be replaced with another single-family home, but also a fairly large single-family home. Right now, we don't have anything that differentiates between the amount of floor area you could build for a single-family home or for a duplex. So by allowing a duplex, you're literally allowing the option for not just closer living, but more sustainable living with half the floor area. And so I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I support it.
Let's. We don't have to. No. We don't have to. So I'll just call on myself and say agree with the colleagues who've spoken so far, and Rachel was particularly well put. And this would be an incremental step. And I just wanted to real quickly from the history, very quickly. But when we took this up before, it was about because of scrapes on some of these large lots and these absolutely enormous homes that are getting built, mostly in North Boulder. $4.5 to $5 million homes, and about providing alternatives to those enormous, extremely expensive homes. And I was sad that we dropped it back in 2018, and so it's worth picking back up again. All right, we can do a straw poll if nobody else wants to raise their hand and say who's interested in carrying this forward. In favor? We got 8. We got 8 in favor of carrying this forward. So, Carl, is that good enough feedback?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good.
One more section, it's much shorter.
We just do a straw poll, yes.
Residential growth management.
You can be real quick on this one, because I think
Okay.
we've read the packet.
Okay, so we passed the residential growth management back in the 70s based on the Danish plan. It's a chapter in our land use code right now. It basically limits the number of residential units per 1% of the existing housing stock per year. You can see the purpose there. It's one thing that we have to look at with every building permit. A growth allocation has to be approved with every residential building permit that comes in. So it's a procedural thing that we do. And then in May of this year, the Colorado legislature passed House Bill 23-1255, which basically prohibits such a program. So the law is intended, just like we're talking about, removing zoning and land use barriers to new housing. So it actually goes into effect on August 6th. So before the council is, should we move forward with an ordinance to repeal that chapter of the code? And the one thing we wanted to make clear to the council is that there's a 1% cap, but there are a number of types of units that are exempt from being included in that 1%. So affordable units, mixed use units, units that are on commercial or industrial sites are exempt from being included in that. But the other thing we wanted to point out is that even if you did include all of those units, which are the majority of the units, it still averages under 1% anyway. So we're not really seeing, much of a impact from this chapter. So we're trying to get feedback from council if there's a thumbs up to move forward with an ordinance to comply with the state law.
So, clarifying question, you said not much impact. I mean, I think, is it a true statement to say that it's had zero impact in the last 10 or maybe even 20 years?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Are people comfortable, we're required to remove this, are people comfortable with us taking the step to remove it? That's everybody. There's Ginny. Yep, that's a 9. So, yes. Great. Anything else?
That's it.
Do you have any more mice over there?
No, not that I've noticed. I just want to. I just wanted to thank council, right? Like I want to say this, right? We hear where you want to go. We hear the sense of urgency to change what has been decades of a particular direction. We understand that there is a desire to continue to push, and I want to thank Brad and Carl and the entire team. I know certainly PNDS, and behind that there are lawyers and their community engagement, and there's a variety of other folks that do that work. And want to just say that that staff has been working really, really hard to land your council priorities this year. And so that is part of the reason for narrowing some of the scope so they can actually say, yes, we've accomplished this incremental step and we are continuing to hear from council where you'd like us to go next. And so it is not falling on deaf ears as we continue to do that work. I just wanted to lift all of that up.
And that work has been heroic. I mean, like, this is really detailed. And you did a lot of community engagement. You came up with these very specific, detailed proposals. So, Carl, you're a rock star, as is the rest of the team who's been working on this. So I really appreciate that. But we have a troublemaker in the room, which is Lauren Folkwartz, who has something else to say.
I'm sorry. I was trying to find a spot to slip these in earlier. I was talking to people about some of these changes in the RH and other zones. Some of the ones that we had previously looked at came up, specifically around some of the things that and I think this resonates with some of the interests that people had. For instance, in the IG zone, if we're entirely basing this off of FAR and like 100% residential would be allowed, you might see a loss of commercial and industrial space. And so I was wondering if we might be able to look at, as you go forward, maybe a bonus for for commercial or industrial space within that. For instance, if it had a base FAR of 1.25, we could do like a 0.25 bonus for particular kinds of use to help ensure that those uses continue to exist in that zone.
We can look at that.
And then I had one other, which was in the BC1, BC2 zone, because all of this sort of started by talking about Diagonal Plaza and what was allowed there. So Diagonal Plaza is actually what's currently proposed is a 1.7 FAR, and I think what we're looking for that area is a 1.5. I know that there are some BC1, BC2 zones that are a little bit more residential in character, but there was a thought about maybe we have Appendix N, which is a map that specifically calls out some retail centers like Baseline, Williams Village, Table Mesa are commercial centers. And so maybe there's an overlay for that where in alignment with Appendix N, we get a 0.25 bonus in FAR so that the FAR aligns more with the character of the communities in which those BC zones are located in. Is that something we could also potentially look at or that there might be support for?
I think you may have exceeded our capacity at 11:24, Lauren, with those very detailed proposals.
I'm sorry.
But I wonder if maybe you could follow up with an email with Carl.
Yeah,
maybe y'all can
that
chat a
would be
little
good.
bit offline, and maybe that's something that potentially could be considered as a next iteration.
That sounds fantastic. Thank you all.
I want to hear more about the RH flood issue too. That would be helpful. So things to talk about.
Perfect.
All right. Any other further thoughts? Anyone else want to consider an FAR bonus for anything else? Going once, going twice? All right. Thanks, everybody, for a good meeting. Close this out at 11:23 p.m. I know. Afraid we were doing